뭔가 이상해. 모든 게 타이밍이 딱딱 맞는 게. 택시 탈까 하면 버스 오고, 플렉스 할까 하면 할인 받고. 자꾸 좋은 일이 생겨. 응? 그건 아마 위비 프렌즈 때문.
Hello, and thanks for being here this week. God bless and welcome. I want to start out by looking at some masonry dams, then I want to talk about the fascies, and finally I want to give you a sample of something else that I'm working on. So I've been pretty fascinated with discovering many dams recently that I believe are much older than we're told. It kind of all started with this photo of the Roosevelt Dam. I can't get enough of this photo. Again, we see a man right here. And these blocks, looks like there's a little small building here, small structure, perhaps for this man. And the blocks are the same width as the structure. I recently watched a short video of someone paragliding around the pyramids of Giza, way up at the top, and right away I thought about this picture. Same blocks.
I think we're gonna switch back to like COD, because people keep asking me a lot. Like, when are you back to COD?
How many people have asked you to play fucking Rebirth right now?
A lot. Dude, I just wish they had private matches.
Drew, that's the status quo. You love XDefiant right now.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
it's definitely a ton of fun.
Really enjoy myself. I have zero plans of going back to Call of Duty right now.
Holy, he said COD sucks balls.
I get what you're saying, but
I'm really enjoying myself for sure. I feel like I grinded COD so much in the last like couple months with like rank play and then switching to Rebirth and all that shit. I'm just like kind of caught it out
You caught it out?
a little bit. Caught it out a little bit.
Yeah, I feel that.
yo, Scott, are you having a great day?
Yeah, so far I can't complain.
So we're playing XDefiant together with Octane for an hour or two, right?
Yeah.
And then you're gonna go play
Give him his Twitter
Optic
account, bro.
pickleball tournament.
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah.
Yeah. What are we doing?
All right, let's try to see if we
What are you
can warm
talking
up.
about?
Nothing, bro. It's great to see you, man. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, you're saying
Give him his Twitter
you're
clip,
saying
man.
the
Damn.
the unveiling? Yeah, 11 a.m. CST. Be there or be square. We're gonna be
I
unveiling.
just recruit the biggest member of Optic and one of my best friends in this world to help me unveil the 100 Thieves Adidas collaboration live on stream.
Yeah, I should probably send a text and see if I'm even allowed.
Nah, don't do that, bro. That's fucking lame.
well,
You're
ask
just
for
here as a
permission.
friend, bro. You're here as a
Ask for
friend.
forgiveness, not for permission.
Oh, yeah,
You know
I
what
gotta see
Baker
if I'm even
Mayfield
allowed to
did
do
when
it.
He wanted to work with fucking Nike. He showed up to the NFL fucking combine in Adidas, and guess what happened? Nike came back the next fucking day, gave him the bag. If anything, dude, I'm helping you.
Are you saying Adidas is about to fucking slide on me?
I mean, they should have slid on you in the first place, bro. But you know,
Slide on me.
Nah, sorry, I was just running a bit there. Yeah.
Are we good? Gotta watch out though. You know?
Wait, so you're only gaming for 2 hours for that?
Yeah, we have a pickleball tournament at noon, and it's 35
Wow.
minutes away. So I'm actually kind of pushing it by being on till then. But that's how I live. I live on the fucking edge, brother.
Is it just like Optic content or?
It's like a pickleball tournament. There's 16 of us. Fucking
Okay.
yeah, it's gonna be.
I'm on 80
just like
ping
a
right now.
It's gonna be
I'm on
lit.
80 ping.
I actually can't wait. I love like content days where we do like different shit
What?
like that. I love it. Especially when I'm able to be live for it. Has your head been fucking turned on?
I literally just got turned on so hard.
Same massive blocks, couple tons each, maybe, and stacked. We can see it here. I don't think this is being built. This thing is in ruins. We can tell over here. You wouldn't just build like this. Maybe I'm wrong. Seems like you would run one or 2 courses across the whole dam, not just build up and then try to fit everything back together like this. This is a mess. And in Arizona, in the early 1900s, we're told they built this using horse and wagon. Arizona, a very recent state as far as the rest of the country, similar to Utah. And this is the beginning? How are you moving these blocks around? Again, by accident, I have the pointer pointing at this block, and we see this man here. And then again, if you'll remember, on Google Earth, I zoomed in, and this is what we saw. Just upstream from the dam, up here by this bridge, we can absolutely see ruins. This same type of blockage just poking out here.
Where?
Really having no reason to be here. Not part
Oh,
of
next
the
to the
road,
highway?
not part of the dam. And these do seem
Okay.
smaller than those massive blocks used for the original dam. But nonetheless, old polygonal stonework here. And up here as well. You can see a section over here, closer to the bridge, and I'm sure such ruins can be found all over this area. But thank God for pictures. Thank God for this picture. These massive, massive blocks. I can appreciate these blocks that seem to have been built by giants. Didn't make any sense as a child, and this doesn't make any sense today. And this thing is not being built. It's clear what they have built. They've built a little ramp right here. A little ramp to cross this damaged portion. There's no construction going on here. And of course, in modern times, the whole dam has been refaced with concrete. So if we didn't have these old pictures, we wouldn't know. Here we can see half of the dam concreted up and the old massive blocks underneath the concrete. Really, you can't tell from this picture how enormous these blocks really are. And it's not just the enormous blocks, but it's the tunneling into the mountain, structures in the mountain, structures down here. What's all this looking so Starforty? And I think essentially that's what it comes down to. The builders of the star forts were the builders of these dams. And this is just our people, our reset people, jump-starting the old damaged world. So I thought we would look at some other dams, in particular the Masonry Dam, which is what they were calling this Roosevelt Dam in Arizona. Masonry Dam, just consisting of blocks weighing over 2 tons, pyramid-style blocks. So I thought, what else? What other dams exist that they coin masonry dams? Dams, they say, are made out of mainly stone and brick. So there you go. There's your definition for a masonry dam. It can also include brick, sometimes joined with mortar. The largest masonry dam in the world is this Nagarjuna Dam. It crosses the Krishna River and is the source of electricity for the national grid in India. And here we go. Right away, we see very old world buildings, arched brick buildings, 2 stories here. A lot of flares, even after it's been dumbed down. And this kind of all started with the Niagara Falls for me. The Niagara Falls, we're told, is one of the first power plants. But actually, when we look carefully at old photos, what we can see is historically people were generating power. Even before Tesla, some of the oldest photos we see of the Niagara Falls shows a lot of old world buildings harnessing their power. And even a lot of the ruins that we see down here used to be beautiful old world buildings. There's still a lot, but much has been destroyed. We see tunnels all over the place, and a lot of these old world buildings not being used today. Ruins. And in my opinion, these buildings are older than we're being told, especially where they have no function today. But back to this power plant in India. We're told this is the world's largest masonry dam. And what we can see right away is the same thing has taken place here. They've covered it with concrete by now, but they still admit that it was once a masonry dam. And here we see the old world infrastructure, similar to what we saw at Niagara Falls, but in much better condition here. We see some beautiful ornamentation on this side. And here they tell us this one was constructed between 1955 and 1967. 12 years to build the world's largest masonry dam. Now this is what I thought was interesting, along with many things. We are told the construction of the dam submerged an ancient Buddhist settlement. And we start to see a theme. These narratives are all repeated. Everything is burning down, the great fire of this and that. And when it comes to dams and past civilization, we see the submerging of cities very often, conveniently, during the construction of these dams. In this case, we're told of this city, Nagar Junakonda, which was the capital city of the Ikshvaku dynasty in the 1st and 2nd century. Whatever, but nonetheless a city. It is one of India's richest Buddhist sites and now lies almost entirely under a lake created by the dam. They say they moved some of the archaeological relics, but of course not all. Here we see some picture. I'm not sure if this is on the edge of the lake. It must be.
Wow.
Preservation. Here they tell us these are original ruins. So this will have been the same as the rest of the city, supposedly built in the 3rd century AD. Here we go. So these old Buddhists were also brick masons. The brick Buddhists. Really incredible, looking like the ruins of Pompeii or the ruins of any place in the world. And here are some of the relics that they removed. Here as well, and here. And these people don't really look that Buddhist. I mean, they seem pretty wild. What is going on here? What kind of world is this? These look like some weapons. And everything ties back to everything. I was just telling David about the fasces this morning, and the way we can see George Washington leaning on a giant fasces, Abraham Lincoln sitting down with 2 fasces on either side of him, and now this man holding 2 devices, really reminding me of Abe and George. Very as a matter of fact, here I am holding these ass-kicking devices, and today we would be told these are some stupid religious symbols, just like the fasces were told it's symbolic, but I don't think so. Here again, some of the ruins of this city that were flooded when they built the dam. But in my opinion, the dam is older because it falls into this masonry dam category. Here we're told this man is carrying a drinking horn, and there's a jug of wine next to him. Maybe that's the best shape they could come up with for a drinking apparatus, but I don't think so. The thing looks more like a telephone or some type of device. Here's some old Roman-looking coins found at this Buddhist site, now underwater, from the 2nd century. So right away, not a Buddhist site, just stupid. And not Roman coins. Not Romans as we know them, but clearly more Roman than Buddhist. And here a Scythian soldier, again found in this flooded city. So this is a big deal. We have brick ruins, exceptional art, coinage, several different people. Now we have this Scythian man with this awesome winter attire. Looks super warm, like some old world Patagonia type jacket. I never owned one of those jackets, you know, the ones that are kind of poofy, like this. Here's another Scythian warrior, probably the same guy, and they tell us the people were moved to a nearby village. So there you go, flooding out ancient cities and artifacts, moving the people. And here we can see a picture of the dam under construction. Here you go, craziest scaffolding I've ever seen, ever. It's a poor picture. Here's a better one. So here is how we built the largest dam in the world. Here we go. This is what we get. Really, really sketchy walkways here. I'm not sure how much of a load you could carry up these. And let's look carefully at this dam. What is really going on here? Is this simply a facading operation? Is this the cleanup crew? I mean, the scaffolding tells us what these people are capable of. I don't see much building of the dam. We see ladies with baskets on their head, bunch of bamboo. So let's take a break and look at something else. Everything all right back there, ma'am? Yes, delightful. But I think the hose has a case of gas. Oh, forgive me, ma'am. That's me. Oh. Okay.
Parterre.
Part 2. I want to talk about the grid real quick. Of course, we've seen the Nazca lines in Peru. Probably the most famous. But the truth is there's much more than the Nazca lines. Most people will focus on the hummingbird, the spider, the different artistic depictions in Peru. But what about the lines that run straight as an arrow, cutting across mountain ranges, water bodies, and other various obstacles? The Nazca lines leads one to another phenomenon that can be found everywhere. Today in particular, I'm going to start out with Pahrump, Nevada. Pahrump is a small town out of Las Vegas, as we can see here. Small town, and if we zoom in, we see these lines. Sometimes straight, sometimes squiggly. And we're told these are subdevelopments that have failed, but I don't think so. Here we can see subdevelopments over on the left, up here, little market, and then there's this. Come on. Really, really difficult, actually, to survey roads this way. And really stupid if it was just to sell real estates. And again, some people might say, oh, this is normal. So now let's go to California City, just across the desert here, not too far away. And we see the same thing out here, the same pattern. Just crazy that anybody would consider developing this way. And really looking like circuitry. And at the very least, something from the past. From a past people. More of a mystery than the narratives were given about this place. Some developer came out here and developed all this and went bust. There you go. And actually we do see a little bit of development down here in the actual town of California City. It's right down here. We see this major road coming in this way, then this way, and then doing a big circle around the town. In my opinion, all built upon something older. And again, if we follow this line, for lack of a better word, it takes us up here to thousands and thousands of acres of what we would be told are subdevelopments. And I don't buy it one bit. I think we as a community should take this place over, just move out here. The way the Mormons, we are told, just took over Utah after being persecuted and driven out of the East. But what I really wanted to show was a chapter from David and I's new book. We're really not sure what we're going to call it yet. It's based on that list that I made in a past video, a list where I jotted down some important topics in this field of research. And it's always hard getting started, a lot of back and forth. So now we have a little framework for the ancient grid, which can pretty much only be observed today in the form of dusty roads, or in this case, canals. And that's what this chapter's about. We can see here a very intricate grid. This is called Rotunda West. And we see the same thing going on out here, but even more amazing. Because here we have the same story that some man comes out and develops all of this in the swamps. But to complicate things, they're all canals, waterways. Now here we can see another little slice, just a tiny little piece of Florida. This is Cape Coral. Again, something very similar and beyond reason, like a floating mass of circuitry. I mean, there's a lot of land today. There's a lot of undeveloped land that is perfectly suitable for developing. But this is next level. And this is exactly the same thing, just out in the water. And I'm not going to get into the narrative, although it's in this book. But as we can see what the caption says here, they just started digging with no plan. I mean, that's the gist of it. They just started digging. And I've been looking at this stuff for years. And this is new to me. And I thought it would be interesting to you. Here we can see a thermal image of the area, and this network continues out into the water. And just like we started the video out with, these areas are often turned into utilities. Thousands and thousands of acres and miles snatched up by a corporation, and very little of it used. So today we have a nuclear power plant. In some cases, dams, flooding out ancient cities. Here we see a nameless city in ruins, now occupied by a new people, sometimes not occupied, as we see over here in Nevada and California. Here we see an old map from 1817 of Florida, and what we see is this giant river cutting across the peninsula. And this may actually be a canal. And here we can see that canal. It's like anything from the old world. It can be traced and compared to old maps. And oftentimes, if it wasn't for the old photos and old maps, we wouldn't even know what we're seeing. I mean, somebody might just live around here and find a little piece of the canal, similar to us doing boots on the ground. Little piece here, a little piece there. And do we have proof of anything old world that may have justified a massive 100-mile canal? And here we can see one example. St. Augustine, one of the oldest cities, we are told, in America. Here we can see the inside of the St. Augustine Ponce de Leon Hotel, one of the oldest buildings in St. Augustine. Here we go. Built of concrete and very ornamental brick, as we can see here. Florida is no exception. Clues of the old world everywhere, in ruins. Little plants growing up here. This is a look at Ybor City. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Looks pretty abandoned, perhaps since the pandemic. And here we can see the University of Tampa. Look at this dome and all of this. A castle, basically, along the river. And the river is a canal. Here another look at some of the ornaments at the University of Tampa. And we can see that they're sporting the Muslim decor. And what we can see is this symbol is used by the old world. And in fact, all the symbols of all of the religions have been divided and split up and assigned to different people. Very similar to the way that the architecture and real estates has been divided. The people in control getting the best cuts. And universities, essentially businesses, often get these prime picks, along with government and other powerful families. Here we can see some Florida in 1925, and on this building it says 1891. Hardware and grocery this way. A little peek at the building across the street here. Columns. And then this crappy, crooked wooden pole. Here again, looking east in 1908. Even more built out. A beautiful cathedral back here. 2 rows windows. Here again, horse and wagon. And palm trees. Palm trees are one of my specialties. I used to trim palm trees. Not just the big leaves, or as they're sometimes called, fronds, but also the stalk of the palm tree. And what I can see here is for the first 30 years, somebody maintained the palm trees, knew how to clean them really well. Then we see another 30 to 40 years of growth where somebody has just trimmed the leaf but not brought it down to the trunk, just roughly trimmed it. And this second stage of growth was maintained by these horse and wagon people. Now we're looking at the old Dixie Highway, back to roads, and this runs along the St. Johns River in Florida. We can have a look at the brick that the roads are made of. Look at
Wow.
all of these stamps.
Ancient bricks.
Gold. Really intricate. This diamond and these two little nubs. Then we see a star fort. Fort Clinch. Just a little piece remaining. We're told it was built in 1861. We're told the fort was abandoned in 1862. Really? 1862? You built all this and then abandoned it? Similar to Fort Jefferson, we have 5 million bricks here. 5 million bricks built and integrated into the earth and abandoned. Of course, built in the Flemish Bond style. Here's a place called Ocala, Florida. We see all the old world buildings down here. Beautiful courthouse, which was torn down. And here a little look at the front of the building in 1908. Well, that's gone a little too long.
We have this curious stonework, and we also have it at Alakahoyuk in Turkey. Exactly the same kind of thing. Is this a coincidence, or is there something going on behind the scenes of history that we've not been fully informed about yet?
Perched high atop the rugged peaks of the Taurus Mountains in southeastern Turkey, the tomb of King Antiochus Theos of Commagene at Mount Nemrut beckons with the whispers of ancient secrets and celestial mysteries. Erected over 2 millennia ago, this monumental sanctuary is not only a marvel of Hellenistic engineering, but also a cryptic canvas of colossal gods and inscriptions that blend the myths of East and West. As the sun rises and sets, aligning perfectly with the stone behemoths that guard this sacred summit, the mystery deepens. What divine ambitions did this forgotten king harbor, and what secrets lie buried beneath these stone giants, silently watching over the empire of Commagene? For centuries, the towering statues of Mount Nemrut stood silently, known only to the local people who wove their existence into the fabric of local myths, calling it the throne of the gods. This mix of reverence and legend kept the site tucked away in the annals of folklore until a twist of fate brought it back into the light. In the 1880s, Karl Sester, a German road engineer working on infrastructure projects for the Ottoman Empire, stumbled upon these majestic relics not out of archaeological zeal, but through sheer happenstance. His subsequent sketches and reports were the first to unveil the grandeur of Nemrut's statues to the Western world, sparking a wave of interest among European archaeologists and historians. The rediscovery of Mount Nemrut set the stage for a series of explorations that would delve deeper into its historical and cultural contexts. Shortly after Sester, Osman Hamdi Bey, an Ottoman archaeologist and painter, conducted more systematic studies at the site. He proposed that the Grand Mound could very well be the tomb of King Antiochus III of Commagene, an idea supported by the inscriptions and formidable statues that guard the site. This period marked a significant turning point, drawing a flurry of academic expeditions that pieced together the narrative of King Antiochus I, while enriching the field of Near Eastern archaeology. The artistic styles of the statues, with their blend of Persian, Hellenistic, and indigenous elements, provide a fascinating glimpse into the cultural interplay of the Hellenistic period, post-Alexander the Great's conquests. This fusion of artistic influences offers a window into the dynamic cultural exchanges of the era, further underscoring the historical significance of southeastern Turkey as a cultural crossroads. Perched at an altitude of 2,134 meters in the rugged Taurus Mountains, Mount Nemrut commands a view that stretches vast and wide, overseeing the Euphrates River Valley. This strategic and visual dominance was no accident. It was a clear symbol of power and divine status, meticulously chosen by King Antiochus I. The site's layout, with its statues and burial mound aligned to catch the rays of the rising sun during the equinox and the setting sun at the summer solstice, underscores the solar worship prevalent during Antiochus's reign. This astronomical alignment not only highlights the king's desire to link himself with the cosmos, but also speaks volumes about the sophisticated understanding of celestial patterns by ancient civilizations. The mystical heights of Mount Nemrut in southeastern Turkey are not only a testament to ancient engineering, but also to the pioneering spirit of those who have uncovered its secrets. In 1953, American archaeologist Teresa Girl began a systematic exploration of this enigmatic site, which was particularly groundbreaking as it was one of the first major archaeological projects led by a woman. Her work, supported by institutions like the Bollingen Foundation, the American Philosophical Society, and later the National Geographic Society, was crucial for the sustained excavation and research that would follow. Despite numerous challenges, including harsh weather conditions and logistical issues in transporting equipment up the mountain, Girl's team persevered. Using traditional excavation techniques, Girl and her crew were meticulous in their approach, ensuring the integrity of every artifact and structure discovered. Their efforts unveiled not just the colossal statues, but also a series of reliefs and inscriptions that illuminated the cultural and religious life of the Kingdom of Commagene. These findings were pivotal in confirming that the tumulus was indeed the burial site of Antiochus III, aligning with earlier hypotheses about the site's purpose. As archaeological methods advanced, later explorations at Mount Nemrut incorporated technologies such as digital mapping and photogrammetry. These tools allowed archaeologists to capture high-resolution images of the site, which facilitated precise measurements and detailed records of the statues and inscriptions without risking physical damage. Techniques like ground-penetrating radar and electrical resistivity tomography were also employed to probe the internal structure of the tumulus, searching for potential burial chambers or other archaeological features without the need for invasive digging. Further studies have focused on the astronomical significance of the site's layout. Researchers suggest that the arrangement of the statues may align with the rising and setting of the sun during solstices and equinoxes, hinting at these events' religious or ceremonial importance in Antiochus's ideology. From the tomb of Antiochus the Baian at Mount Nemrut to the pyramids of Giza in Egypt, there lies a fascinating comparison. Both sites were built as tombs for their respective rulers, serving as monumental tributes to their power and divine status. However, while the pyramids are primarily massive stone structures designed to house the pharaoh's remains and belongings for the afterlife, Mount Nemrut combines burial purposes with a religious sanctuary, featuring colossal statues that showcase a blend of Hellenistic and Persian influences. Moreover, both sites exhibit significant astronomical alignments. The pyramids are meticulously aligned to the cardinal points, possibly reflecting celestial phenomena, while Nemrut's layout seems to focus on solar events, emphasizing the importance of astronomy in ancient religious and burial practices. This fascinating alignment hints at a deeper connection between celestial phenomena and the divine rites of ancient rulers, suggesting that these majestic sites were not only final resting places, but also key to understanding the cosmos itself. The artifacts and inscriptions unearthed at Mount Nemrut serve as crucial pieces in piecing together the reign of Antiochus the Theos and the syncretic fabric of the Commagene kingdom. It's truly fascinating how these discoveries offer deep insights into his ambitions and ideological foundations. The inscriptions on Mount Nemrut are a linguistic blend of Greek and Persian, underscoring the dual influences that shaped the kingdom. Greek served as the lingua franca of the broader Hellenistic world, while Persian reflected the local traditions and the legacy of the Achaemenid Empire from which Commagene emerged. Delving deeper into the inscriptions, they frequently include detailed genealogies that link Antiochus to deities and illustrious rulers. This not only legitimized his rule, but also positioned him as a cultural and celestial bridge. Among these, the Nomos of Antiochus inscription is particularly noteworthy. This foundational text outlined the religious and administrative laws Antiochus established, detailing ritual practices and festivals to honor him alongside the gods after his death, effectively creating a state religion that deified the king. Turning our gaze to the statues and reliefs, the iconography at Mount Nemrut is nothing short of spectacular. The statues depict Antiochus the Ta'an alongside a pantheon of gods, such as Zeus Oromasdes.
Hello and welcome to a new Italian PNC video about the world beyond the ice walls. Yes, I'm back. After almost 4 months and a half of taking a break, I've restarted doing videos. I'm sorry to all of y'all that have been missing me and have not seen a video of me in a long time, but I'm back. I took a very long pause, mainly for family stuff and personal activities, but I ended up procrastinating for a bit, which is why I didn't do stuff for a bunch of months, or at least a couple last months is when I procrastinated, before I actually needed the time. That said though, let's get into what this is, because I know a lot of you won't be from the original watchers of this series. So what are you looking at? What is this map? This is the world beyond the ice walls. Not just the world beyond the ice walls, but it's the world of the second ring beyond the ice walls. Let's do a small recap, and then we'll get into today's topics. So first of all, here is the world, as we know it at least, or at least as it's said. We have the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and all the continents of the world. On the borders of the world, we have what we call Antarctica. In fact, Antarctica is a landmass compared to the Arctic, which is not a landmass, and it's just ice. Antarctica is considered like the southern pole, but as in this projection, we can see that is the ice walls that surround the entire world. In the map of Beyond the Ice Walls, the question of what is there beyond the ice walls is answered, as you can see that there are passages that bring to beyond these ice walls, and manage to let you into the circles that surround the known world, exploring multiple continents as we have seen in the later videos. We have been doing a lot of series on this topic, mainly the original one, which was mainly focused on the first ring beyond the ice walls, also known as the Atlas, this area right here, where we discovered all these continents like the moving continent of Thoth, the lands of Aten, Xenonesia, Geminia, Petacia, and so on and so forth. Then we started talking about this second ring. In fact, the world doesn't just stop there, there's even a second ring that divides the first ring from the second ring. This second ring, which is divided by the mountain ring, this entire mountain chain that divides the world, is even larger than the original ring. In fact, it hosts more continents, more landmasses, and is actually finite in space, as we can see by these entire wastes that surround the world. Well, we have looked about a lot of these places, and we have started learning about them in kind of a clockwise manner. We have discovered Polybius, Weldrum, then we have discovered these continents right here, like Awas, Azania, New Cahokia, Minerva. We talked about Xia, we talked about Abraxas, I think in the last video actually, or something like that. Jotunheimer, Peividwol, Alkeringa, Robinsonia, Asgard, the first video, Hyperborea, Valhalla, all places we talked about. And today we will be continuing our journey. So now let's stop thinking about the interruption that happened and let's continue our mission on discovering these unknown lands. So for today I will be concentrating on this northern part. We will be discovering the continents and zones in this area. We will not be talking about the Skype caverns as I don't have much lore about them yet. I've yet to research them deeply, and although I mentioned some things I know about them, I'm not confident with my informations apart from that. So let's get right into it. First of all, we'll be doing something very near to the Sky Caverns. We'll be talking about Sequoia. So geographically wise, where is Sequoia? Sequoia is not only in the second ring, but it's actually in the top half of the second ring. It's basically one of the northernmost areas in the entirety of this entire map. So what is it? Well, it's actually quite interesting. First of all, if we zoom in the actual continent, we can see that it is made in these like little dot patterns. That is not a random thing. In fact, that is supposed to represent the forests that are parts of Sequoia. Remind yourselves that Sequoia might look small on this map, but when compared to the continents that we know of, it could be compared to almost an entire continent on the area inside of the ice walls. So what exactly is Sequoia? Well, Sequoia is a region in the second ring, beyond the ice walls, also called Akupara. In fact, the entirety of the second ring is also called Akupara, so this entire area right here. It is a region highly devoid of intelligent sapient life, where nature has remained intact in its primordial form. Because of this reason, the fauna of the place is completely different from the one of the continents inside the ice walls. Its animals resemble the great beasts of the Pleistocene, or the primal days of the world, where the Leviathan still swam in the waters of Earth, undisturbed by gods. So it is a very primordial kind of place, as we can see by the absence of any devoid life forms, evolved life forms like humans, and we can see this by the simple fact of the geography that is literally just an entire forest. So when it comes to Sequoia, we will be mainly focusing on the aspects of flora and fauna. In fact, those being plants and animals, for those that don't know much about Latin, are basically the main thing that inhabit Sequoia. And these plants and animals, or flora and fauna, aren't really the ones you'd expect. In fact, we would expect that a large forest would host animals such as I don't know, big apes, some sort of chimpanzee, some gorillas, some tigers, and while there's a truth to that, it's actually a bit more complicated. You see, there are some examples of the fauna and flora of Sequoia that I can make and that I researched, and these are such. First of all, we have the giant sloths, akin to those whose skeletons can be still found in places like North America. Sequoia is the last place to host these large mammals with vast white eyes that have a sort of bioluminescence of their own. So the first animal we'll be talking about is the giant sloth. You might have already heard about the giant sloth. It used to be way like everywhere, kind of. It used to live, I think, around the same time as the saber-toothed tiger, so it should be like at least contemporary to humans, I think. I might be wrong on this one though. And it was in a period where mammals used to be way larger. And Sequoia, being this large landmass devoid of other hunters, is the perfect place for these animals to still be alive. And adding to that, it also has developed a sort of bioluminescence because of the absence of light in many of these places, as is common with the second ring, or at least natural light as we intended. So bioluminescence means that its eyes are sort of like some kind of like light bulbs that are not only used to see things, but also to reflect light. Then we have the silverfouts. These are a species in between felines and canines. In fact, it's hypothesized that they were the result of crossbreeding between saber-toothed tigers, which by the way is an ancient type of tiger that used to coexist with humans thousands of years ago, and dire wolves, which are huge wolves, the biggest ones to ever live. These dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers, while are not really able to breed in the lands inside of the ice walls, were able to create a mishmash of themselves in Sequoia. These creatures, the silverfouts, are huge. They have said to have multiple limbs added compared to the ones that saber-toothed tigers or dire wolves had, and are extremely dangerous. They have the same kind of bioluminescence from the eyes that the giant sloths have, and are a natural-born predator. I assume, and I'm not sure, but I assume that they would eat the sloths, considering the sloths should be at least herbivores. So with that said, now let's start talking about the flora of the place, so the plant life. So first of all, we have the aerophyre. It's an invasive species. In fact, it's not original of Sequoia. Although we don't know exactly where it came from, we do know that it's not native to the land of Sequoia. It is a species of supermassive types of fir trees, the largest to ever exist. In fact, they can be the size of small hills. So imagine a tree you can see and it's a small hill. That's how big these are. And you would say, well, sequoias are about that large. But the fir trees of Sequoia are larger than the actual sequoias inside the ice walls. Hence the name Sequoia, to mean even bigger than the ones inside the ice walls. Also, the Forest of Giants is not meant to be understood as the forest of human-like giants, instead giants referring to these kind of species that are huge. And the theme of places and creatures and things and plants being huge will be seen even further, especially in the second area we'll be talking about. Finally, we have one more species that we can talk about in Sequoia. These are the hollow folk. So this was one of the most interesting but also like kind of creepy things I learned about Sequoia. Since there isn't like a lot of consensus on what actually exists here, there are some theories that popped up and we will see some of them, but let's start talking about the hollow folk first. So the hollow folk can be considered a type of parasitic animal that lives in semi-symbiosis with the trees in Sequoia. So I would assume that the aerophyres we mentioned earlier are the trees these kind of creatures attach themselves to. Their body is like a moss-like surface with holes in it, kind of similar to Swiss cheese. Despite not requiring natural substance, since they lack a digestive system, and not being rooted in their trees, they still hibernate on them for long periods of times. These creatures are very rare and very difficult to see, and the size of them kind of changes depending on the tree they rely on. So as I mentioned, there will be normal trees which will make these things look mainly like moss patches, and then there will be the literal aerophyres, which will make these hollow folk look huge. They will be looking like a whole tree of themselves, just made of this moss-like substance, but you know, like with holes in it, so it doesn't like look exactly like moss. But here is where the conspiracy theory part starts. Some attribute intelligence to these organisms, but the same argument can kind of be made about like plants behind like trees and stuff. I've heard a lot of people saying that like plants and trees have some sort of like intelligence of their own, and that they communicate with each other, and they like have a language of their own. Have you ever like tried connecting a plant or like a tree, even like a mushroom, with like those sorts of like little sound wave kind of things, and they can like make their own frequency and their own music? It's like crazy, okay? But like I think it's like the same kind of thing when it comes to the impressive. In fact, I would say that the next place we'll be looking at is way more impressive. And it won't be a simple continent inside of the second ring beyond the ice walls. In fact, it will be the Titanic Forest. Yes, this
So where does it end?
huge thing, okay? Like, look at this. Look at this. Remember what I said about the holes earlier? Well, look at this, okay? Look at that. That's huge. That is probably thousands of holes. And are those holes, are those trees? Well, let me tell you, because the reasoning behind what the Titanic Forest is absolutely crazy. So, first of all, let's answer that question. What exactly is the Titanic Forest? So, as you can see by the map, there are these places that kind of use themselves as borders for the world, and although it's not known where they end, we can kind of expect them to end at a certain point. And as we mentioned the scorched wastes and seen that sometimes there are like inhabited places in them, like the city of 1,000 pillars, Iram, and we talked about Asgard, which of course, you know, the walls of Asgard, Valhalla,
Valhalla.
Hyperborean, Garvengard, very much inhabited places. We can see that sometimes these are places that can still be inhabited by intelligent creatures or even non-intelligent life. But what we mainly understand from this is that these places are insanely large. Well, they compare themselves to the regions of the world inside of the ice walls. And as you can see, there's literally more to learn about in the eastern half of this map. And this is no exception for the Titanic Forest. In fact, although I would say it's probably one of the smaller ones in terms of size in the map, I would still see this is like huge, because the Titanic Forest alone is like half of the land inside of the ice walls. So you'll see the Pacific Ocean, and then you'll see the Titanic Forest, and there's a good chance that the Titanic Forest spreads for more land than the entirety of the Pacific Ocean. So, you know, that is insane by itself. But let's answer the second question now, and answer what exactly are these like little dots you can see on the map. Well, those are not like put there for texture or anything and for aesthetic. No, those actually represent something. So you see every one of these dots. I'm gonna like go closer here in case you don't see them. Well, those are the stone pillars that resemble trees, roughly the size of mountains. So each of these stone pillars is the size of a mountain. And this entire like area, the Titanic Forest, was made in this way at the start of creation. It's the oldest type of plant-based biome in existence. And this Titanic Forest made me go on a rabbit hole that is all about this theory about plants and mountains being connected, more specifically tree stumps and mountains. So in case you don't know about this, and I'll be trying to explain this as best I can as far as I understand, there is this theory going around that explains that basically mountains as we see them, even inside of the ice walls, are not actually like just a rock. It's not just rock, and rock itself is not just meant to be rock. It's not meant to be some lifeless thing that it just exists like metal. In fact, rock, as in like dirt, earth, and that kind of stuff that makes mountains, is supposed to be basically the fossilized remains of larger trees that used to exist. The main point of this theory is that tree stumps and mountains seen from above look very, very similar, especially in the cases of like some specific mountains. So there's people that believe that all mountains are basically tree stumps, and some people that believe that some specific mountains are tree stumps. And some famous mountains like these can be. But basically what we see in the Titanic Forest is that, but times like 1,000, okay? So you can see that all these mountains literally are stone pillars that resemble trees. This is because all of these used to be actual trees the size of whole mountains, in some cases even bigger than any mountain on Earth, like more than the Everest, okay? And that is in like height. I'm not sure what the largest mountain in base is, honestly, but you can like let me know in the comments. And this entire area is filled with these pillars. And these pillars used to be plants, so they used to be alive, and they used to be alive at the start of creation. This is the equivalent of Eden, folks. It's the equivalent of the first garden ever existed. But as basically the first sin happened and the volcanoes and the destruction of the original biome of Earth happened, these pillars, which used to be trees, became stone. And just like what the theory says about the mountains on Earth, their stumps are now what remains, and they are stumps of pillars. So this entire area is basically devoid of life nowadays. And I think that's honestly terrifying. Like imagine like endless plain just filled with these huge pillars that used to be alive, and now they're just rock. They're just stone. And other theories hypothesized that these were not like actual mountains. Instead, it used to be a plain, and the areas between the mountains, the valleys, were made from some sort of giant being that walked the land, and with each step used to create these valleys. And these kind of remind me of those old stories about the creation of the world that I would hear as a child, and I know a lot of you can relate to these creation myth kind of things, so it's just a little interesting tidbit to add. So the entirety of the Titanic Forest is made by this, and it's basically at the edge of the not even known universe, completely different. But before we go there, we'll go on a second mission, because in the terminal ocean that extends from Sequoia to the Titanic Forest and all the way here, we have a place that once again is more natural related that I want to talk about before we get more into the more human kind of things. So the last place of this nature arc is the Yakuruna. Yakuruna. I was trying to say that right. So the Yakuruna Sea Forest. So first of all, let's zoom in the Yakuruna Forest. As you can see, this kind of the famous astrologist, usually known for his prophecies, Nostradamus, also known as Michael de Nostradam, is thought to have gone missing after his stay in France in the 1550s, since there is little to no sources that can realize his position in between the 1550s and the 1566, his date of death. So you already probably know about Nostradamus. In case you don't know, it was this guy in France that used to basically create these little poems with usually 4 lines, and these poems, when interpreted during history, would bring to the conclusions of important historical events, or would reveal information that was unknown, and prophesize about things and predict future events, sometimes more specific, sometimes less specific, usually less specific, which is why a lot of people don't really believe in Nostradamus' theories, but there's plenty of people that do believe them, and historically there have been references to him in right after historical events. I think the Second World War was mentioned. I think the Spanish War of Succession, maybe, is that the case? There was a Spanish war somewhere there. But anyways, yeah, Nostradamus is very well known, and basically he went away. There are not really many sources. We know he was, it's some people say that he was in Turin for a certain people of his life, which is a city in Italy, but there is no real proof that he went in Turin. There are some parts of it which might allude to it, and we don't really know how much his stay there would have been. So there is this large period of his life where he was producing these prophecies, and we don't really know where he was. So what if he went missing because he traveled all the way to Dracula? So before you say that's crazy, let's take about the facts for a second. It is known that in those times, at the start of the Age of Exploration, which is around the end of the 1400s, start of the 1500s, all the way into the 1600s, it was kind of not uncommon for wealthy Europeans to attempt a voyage into the unknown, and many through this arrived to the New World. So what if through an extreme water current? So let's just see it physically, okay? So this is the second ring. Let's go all the way back to what possibly could be France or Italy, okay? So what if an extreme water current, you might have went here, right? Instead, no, it doesn't go into the New World. It goes all the way through the Arctic, probably in the summer, or maybe it just goes all the way around Africa and it enters the first ring. And we know water currents are extremely strong in these areas, especially the ones not right here, because of course all of the Xenonesia islands could have probably made it very difficult for them to actually not land on these, but there was one area here which you can like travel into and then end up in the second ring. Well, it's kind of like this area here, the Niflheim. So let's say he went into the Leviathan's Gate after passing after Africa, and these extreme water currents that circumnavigate all these islands here managed to bring him all the way here. Then the islands would like basically the boats would basically make him island hop all the way into these lands, which may have made him mad with all these prosthetic visions, and finally he would arrive after a long voyage into Oracula. Also remember that these oceans don't really work as like in ice wall oceans. They have extreme currents which would work as like 1,000 motors. So arriving from like here to here is not insane in terms of time than it is more like here from here, for an example, okay? As far as I understand, at least as the map kind of presents itself. So let's say he arrived to Oracula, and let's say that after arriving to Oracula, he basically arrived all the way into the second ring beyond these walls and augmented his oracle position, his prophetic abilities. And arriving in Oracula, as I said, the conscious minds managed to augment their psychic effects and their basically power to see in the future, and then somehow went all the way back to France. Or
탄수화물?
덜어내 짭! 짜먹는 다이어트 베타그린 칼로리 컷 젤리.
Antarctica has captured the imagination of many who claim ancient civilizations lie buried beneath the ice, and rumors of extraterrestrial contact and advanced technology hidden in its remote corners abound. While the secular narrative dismisses many of these theories as speculative or lacking evidence, supporters argue that Antarctica holds clues to humanity's past. Again, this is a subject worthy of its own video. However, I hope that the chosen examples have given you new perspectives on what winks in the sky and that their light is not so far away. For a biblical discussion on Antarctica, the Victorian
What's so important?
I wanted to talk to you about...
Well, they're here. The end
Here
times
we
get
have
end
scientific
times.
evidence that Earth
말해줘야 돼.
Oh, Zwan's online. Oh, he's playing a different game. He's playing a different game. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Alright. Warm up. Get a match making. Get a match rolling.
Let's roll.
Ow. Oi. Oi. Their anchor is crazy. The hell? Wow, these guys are cracked. How are they this good? Holy. Oh, I hit him though. Holy, no scope. Holy fucking Christ, this man's on crack. Oh, wow. Oi, oi. Oi. Damn, this man went crazy, bro. The anchor. Alright, fuck it. Let's go for a matchmaking. Why is everything enabled? I don't want to play Vertigo. Why'd I have 2 stars here?
Christopher Columbus saw a bright, glowing agnostic. He made this statement. Thousands of books have been written on the subject of demonology, which is the ancient and scholarly study of monsters and demons. The manifestations and occurrences described in this literature are identical to the UFO phenomenon. Victims of demonic possession suffer from the same medical and emotional symptoms as the UFO contactees. Dr. Jacques Vallée has addressed the United Nations on UFOs and was the model for Lacombe in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He is the author of 8 books on UFOs and has been widely recognized as the premier investigating scientist in the realm of UFO research. In his book, Messengers of Deception, Vallée says, an impressive parallel can be made between UFO occupants and the popular conception of demons. And in his book, Confrontations, he writes, the medical examinations to which abductees are said to be subjected, often accompanied by sadistic sexual manipulation, is reminiscent of the medieval tales of encounters with demons. He also made this statement. I believe that when we speak of UFO sightings as instances of space visitations, we are looking at the phenomenon on the wrong level. We are not dealing with successive waves of visitation. Let's roll.
Oi, oi, oi. That boy's brain went put. Wow, we have a straight up retard. 10-year veteran.
From space, we are dealing with a control.
1168 AD, a globe of fire was seen moving to and fro in the air. 919 AD, a thing like a burning torch cruised in the sky, and glistening balls sailed.
And it's at that point that the decision is made to send the flood. Why? Because you have the regents of the earth, mankind, whose authority, whose dominion was usurped by the hybrid sons of the Watchers, beginning to...
What is the fact these two talking about?
Hey, what's going on? What are we doing today? We're doing, what's the... Hold on a minute. Hold on. On the morning of June 20th, 2005, a 40-year-old man named Wang Diang stood just inside the doorway of a little home in
God damn, bro. Could not hit that. God damn, bro. God damn, he was out here. Oh, wow.
Rural northeastern China. Outside, it was pouring rain with all this crazy thunder and lightning, and also there were these hailstones smashing into everything. I mean, the impact of the roof must have been so loud. And so as Wang was standing in the doorway,
thought I hit the guy in the head. The hell? That took 10 damage? Bro. Ay, ay, ay.
He was actually looking out in the direction of the storm because all these people were running towards him to come in the house. Wong was actually hosting a wake for a friend, and he was hosting this wake at this man's home. And all the people running up to him were all the mourners coming to pay their respects. Now, by this point, most of the mourners had already made it inside the house, and so Wong was basically just waiting for the last few stragglers to make their way inside. And so from his post at the door, Wong is watching the storm and all these people, and he also took stock of the fact that as he looked out to the big tobacco fields that kind of were all over the place in this town, that was the primary way people made money in this town, he noticed that, there was nobody out there tending the crops. And even in rainstorms, people would tend these crops because this was their livelihood, but Wong understood why nobody was out there. Yes, it was the storm, but specifically, lately there had been these crazy lightning strikes in storms like this that struck the field. And so these workers that were normally out in the fields every single day, they weren't doing that anymore. Finally, the last couple arrived, and Wong greeted them and brought them inside, and then he shut the door, and then began making his rounds inside the building, all the guests had what they needed, and also just kind of making sure the wake was, overall a positive experience, all things considered. Now, to be clear, Wong was not a monk or a priest or even a relative of the person who was deceased. Instead, he was just kind of like the guy that emceed virtually all events in this town. So if there was
God damn it. What the fuck? How the hell did I just get wall banged? My elbow was showing from that angle? There's no way. There's no way. Alright. We're gonna start now.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, just for that one, I'm watching the review. What was that, round 8? The fuck? Funky fucking pre-firing me through the wall with an AWP. Oh, fuck that up. What is he aiming at?
Weddings, he was the guy at the ceiling, and they saw there was now a pretty good-sized hole that had blackened char around the edges of the hole that was kind of smoldering, and then unfortunately, once the smoke really had kind of dissipated, Wong was laying right underneath this hole in the roof, and half of his head was gone. It was very clear he was deceased, and it didn't take long for mourners to figure out but there was nothing else that was unusual. But at some point, one of the officers did find something that was unusual. Obviously disgruntled and very agitated, stormed in the door, carrying a gun, a .357 Magnum gun, so a really powerful handgun, and he aimed it straight at them. Daryl and Sean were so shocked by this that at first they didn't do anything. But then it kind of dawned on them that, oh my goodness, this guy's coming in here to rob the place. And so Daryl and Sean suddenly put their hands up and they begin saying, you know, okay, take whatever you want, take whatever you want. And the man suddenly began shouting something at them like he wanted something. And it took Daryl and Sean a second to kind of understand what he was asking for. But when they started to process the things he was saying, they kind of understood that this did not seem like a robbery. The guy was demanding that they call Tom S. Monahan so he, this guy, the guy with the gun, can talk to Tom. Now, Daryl and Sean may have known this, but probably not, because they likely didn't care. But Tom S. Monahan, at the time, was the owner of Domino's.
Man. God damn it.
Not like this particular restaurant in Chamblee, Georgia, but like the entire national chain. He was the actual owner of the company. And so this guy is coming in being like, you know, let me talk to the owner of Domino's. And so at some point, Daryl and Sean understood who Tom S. Monahan was. Perhaps the guy with the gun explained it, or maybe one of them did know who Tom S. Monahan was. But either way, Daryl and Sean suddenly realized, oh my goodness, this guy wants to talk to the owner. But they have no way of getting in touch with the owner of Domino's. They're just pizza cooks. They're not like connected to the C-suite. But when Daryl and Sean told the guy, like, hey, what do you...
Counter-terrorists win.
This is what we have been working for. Throw in the flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade. Throw in smoke. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oi, oi, oi.
Incendiary out.
Oi, oi.
Don't know how to get in touch with the literal owner of this major franchise. Well, the guy didn't like that, and he got really frantic and began yelling and screaming like, "You gotta do it! You gotta get Tom on the phone!" And so Daryl and Sean are like, "Okay," and they grab the phone, and they try to call their own boss, because they don't know who else to call, and as they're calling their own boss, this guy fires 2 shots into the ceiling. So this is like a really high-intensity situation that's escalating really quickly. But Daryl, who actually was the one on the phone, he did his best to stay calm, and when his boss got on the line, he tried his best to explain the situation as quickly as he could, because he could tell, you know, this guy with the gun is very close to...
Move it, son. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Fire in the hole. Flashbang. Bomb has been planted. I'm defusing the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Oh yeah. Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade out. Grenade. Counter-terrorists win. Nice. Let's go, people. Deploying flashbang. Smoke. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Fire in the hole. Smoke. Flashbang. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Incendiary. Bomb has been planted. Flashbang. Using the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists. The way we do it. Let's go. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Grenade out. Flashbang. Incendiary out. Smoke.
God damn it.
Throwing fire.
Great stuff.
Diffusing.
Black pill.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. Let's show them who we are. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Fire in the hole. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. I'm a piece of cake, Suez. All right. Let's go. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Incendiary. Flashbang. Incendiary out. Grenade. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Counter-terrorists win.
God damn.
Cake, Suez.
Look at that, yo Bonnie. Yo bunny.
Move it, move it. Throwing flashbang. Laying down throwing. Affirmative. Throwing a grenade. Smoke. Flashbang. Laying down smoke. Grenade. Incendiary. Bomb has been planted. Deploying flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Fuck off.
Be careful. flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Counter-terrorists win.
Potentially shooting them. And the boss of Daryl and Sean did understand, okay, clearly there is a crisis happening at this branch. And when Daryl said, you gotta find a way to get Tom S. Monahan on the phone, like right now, well, his boss was like, I got it. And a few minutes later, Daryl's boss, who's still on the phone with him, was like, okay, I'm gonna patch you through. And then a second later, Tom S. Monahan hops on the phone and he's like, what's going on? And at this point, Daryl just handed the phone over to the guy with the gun and said, here you go, Tom's on the phone. And the man with the gun grabbed the phone, put it to his ear, and then began rattling off these totally bizarre demands. He wanted a white limousine to show up to the restaurant to be his getaway car. He wanted $10,000 in cash, and he wanted a copy of a science fiction novel about the Freemasons called The Widow's Son. And so Daryl and Sean, who are behind the counter witnessing this, they're hearing these demands, and it's clicking for them that clearly this guy is not mentally well. This is a guy who's totally unhinged, and who knows what's going to happen. After a few minutes on the phone, the gunman hung up and then told Daryl and Sean very calmly that now the three of them were just going to sit in this restaurant and wait for his demands to be met. And for the next 5.5 hours, that's what they did. Daryl, Sean, and the gunman, who just kept the gun aimed at Daryl and Sean, they just sat inside of this restaurant. And at the same time, you know, by this point, the police have been called, and they're completely surrounding this restaurant. And when the gunman came into the store, because this was a very slow day, there weren't any other customers or staff inside, so it really was just Daryl, Sean, and the gunman. And so it's a total standoff. But interestingly, for Sean and Daryl, who were right there with this gunman, they started to sense that this guy was not here to hurt them. He was really after Tom S. Monahan, and over those 5.5 hours, they were just sitting there with him with his gun aimed right at them. He periodically began telling them, you know, what his gripes were with Tom S. Monahan. The gunman told Daryl and Sean that Tom was specifically targeting him, the gunman, and also Tom was secretly communicating with the gunman when the gunman didn't want to talk to him, almost like telekinesis or something. And also the gunman told them that Tom S. Monahan periodically will walk around his property at night, kind of creeping around, you know, scaring the gunman. And Daryl and Sean, you know, they're hearing these things and not believing any of it, but they were very empathetic and said, oh yeah, I can understand why that would be an issue. I can understand why you'd come in here and demand to speak to Tom S. Monahan. Yep, totally get it. And that was just kind of how the day was going. And then around 4:30 p.m., so they've been in there a long time by this point, the gunman told Daryl and Sean that he was really hungry, so they better go make him some pizzas. So Daryl and Sean just got up, they went in the back, they made 2 large everything pizzas, and after they were made, they put them in boxes and slid them across the counter to the gunman. And at this moment, Daryl and Sean knew the gunman, in order to eat, would have to put his weapon down to open up the box and get the pizza. And so the second they handed it over, without even communicating with each other, they kind of waited for the gunman to put the gun down. And he did. He put the gun down. He opened the pizza up. He grabbed a slice. And at that moment, Daryl and Sean began sprinting past him towards the door. And the gunman, who's seeing this happen, he drops the pizza, he grabs the gun, and he turns, and he aims. So to really understand what's happening here, you need to understand what type of marketing Domino's, like the national franchise, was doing to advertise their product. Starting in 1985, Domino's came up with a very popular advertising campaign called The Noid. And the Noid was actually a character. It was like this weird claymation character with big sneakers and bunny ears. He was like this goofy thing that was the equivalent of McDonald's Hamburglar, but this was for pizza. And what Domino's did with the Noid is they would run these ads on TV where the Noid was like this menace who was always out to disrupt pizza deliveries. Not necessarily Domino's pizza deliveries, but generally pizza deliveries, it's like the Noid's gonna destroy them, either by, you know, freezing the pizzas on their way to the person's house, or smashing them into the ground, or causing whatever mayhem the Noid could create to stop pizzas from getting to their customers. And so Domino's kind of catchy thing was avoid the Noid with Domino's. Meaning, like, Domino's, the chain, was the only chain capable of avoiding all the chaos that could disrupt you getting the thing you want, your pizza. And this advertising campaign was brilliant, not only because it really worked, people really liked Domino's because it did seem like they were superior, but also they were able to kind of franchise this character itself, the Noid. It became a toy you could buy, and there was talk about doing a TV show and maybe a movie around this Noid character. And Michael Jackson, like the king of pop, he put the Noid in one of his music videos. I mean, this was a really, really successful advertising campaign, but for as successful as this campaign was, it did unfortunately lead to what happened inside of this Domino's restaurant in Chamblee, Georgia. So on the day this gunman came charging in and held up the place, aiming the gun at Sean and Daryl, it would turn out the gunman's name was Kenneth Lamar Noid. And Kenneth Lamar Noid was not going into the store to get money or to steal food or to hurt, Daryl or Sean. He was there to get his revenge on Tom S. Monahan, who he looked at as the person responsible for coming up with this Noid campaign. Because Kenneth Lamar Noid was very mentally ill, and he believed the Avoid the Noid campaign was not a marketing campaign, but rather Tom S. Monahan specifically targeting Kenneth Lamar Noid, basically making him out to be this big villain. But Kenneth's plan for how to deal with this totally backfired, because in a totally ironic twist, by holding up this Domino's franchise and creating this huge standoff, he literally became like the Noid because no pizza deliveries could be had that entire day out of that franchise. And so Kenneth Lamar Noid, in an effort to stop Tom S. Monahan from running this Noid campaign, because I'm no villain, I don't go after pizzas, I don't try to stop people from getting their pizzas. In an effort to do that, that is exactly what he did. He literally became the human version of the Noid. And so after Daryl and Sean made a run for it towards the door, Kenneth did grab his gun, and he did aim it at the two men, and he even fired it a couple of times, but he missed, and Daryl and Sean were totally unhurt. In fact, nobody got hurt. All that happened is Kenneth Lamar Noid looked like the Noid, and he got arrested. However, instead of going to jail, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital. As for the actual advertising campaign itself, which was very successful, Avoid the Noid, well, it would not survive this total PR nightmare, and Tom S. Monahan canceled it immediately after Kenneth Lamar Noid was taken off. So in a weird way, Kenneth actually did sort of get his revenge.
Avoid the Noid. Domino's Pizza delivers. Call now.
Hey everybody, just a reminder, we do have that new limited merch line that's all around Seagull Lung and him going rogue. There's the new graphic tee and
뉴 시리즈 9 아침의 깔끔함을 저녁까지 그대로 브라운.
It's done. I can't wait to show you this next part. It's gonna...
All I need to do now is enter the code.
If you talk.
요즘 아이돌, 밴드 다 씹어먹는 QWER. 여자들에게 찍히게 된 계기는 무엇일까? 2023년 QWER의 디스코드 챌린지가 한창 유행일 때까지만 하더라도 다들 노래가 생각보다 괜찮다는 반응이 주를 이뤘으나 같은 해 데뷔한 SM의 남자 아이돌 라이즈와 함께 챌린지 영상을 찍으면서 본격적인 여성 안티들을 양성하게 됐다. 라이즈의 여성 팬들은 QWER 멤버들을 노출이 많은 BJ 출신 인터넷 밴드 정도로 인식하고 있었기 때문에 그들이 사랑하는 아이돌과의 챌린지는 참을 수 없었던 것이다. 이 당시 반응은 아이돌이랑 BJ랑 급이 가냐. SM은 진짜 일을 제대로 하는 게 없냐 같은 반응들이 줄을 이뤄 아이돌과 BJ의 금나누기로 한창 시끄럽기도 했다. 이를 계기로 사실상 QWER은 여초 커뮤니티에서 싫어하고 남자들이 좋아하는 걸밴드로 자리 잡게 된다. 이후 QWER은 신곡 고민 중독을 발표하며 현재는
Fire Noodles and KFC are collaborating, creating a pack that you see right here, including a chicken sandwich, a piece of fried chicken, an egg tart, some french fries, a Sprite. Most importantly, Fire Noodle sauce. The pack comes standard with 1, and you can add up to 3 more. So we're just gonna be messing around with this, putting it on the sandwich and the chicken, maybe the fries even, if it gets real wild. This also came in another pack that had the same exact thing, except the chicken sandwich didn't have this thing right here, which you might have thought was another piece of chicken. It's actually like a fried cheese disc. This set right here cost me $11.50. Not too bad at all. It would have been cheaper if I only got 1 pack, which probably I only would have needed 1 pack. But this is interesting to me because I'm not sure if I've ever put Fire Noodle sauce on something like a chicken sandwich or just some fried chicken. Maybe I have, but maybe I haven't. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Actually, what I might do is take a bite of this first, just to see what we're working with, because I'm actually kind of curious about this chicken sandwich, especially this cheese part going in. It's pretty damn good. Right off the bat, not getting any cheese pull, but you can kind of see it in there. It's adding a lot of nice texture and flavor, but we're gonna add even more to it. I'm making it spicy. And I'm just gonna go on with a whole stick right off the bat. This is gonna get messy. Yeah, you know, I might not use all 4 of these sticks. That is a lot of Fire Noodle sauce. That's gonna stain. Going in real quick. There it is. I haven't had Fire Noodle sauce in a hot minute. I feel like they kind of changed the sauce recipe. It's not hitting me as it normally would. This would be a lot spicier if this was the sauce that was straight out of the ramen packet. I think they kind of dulled it down a little bit because you might have kids drinking these like pixie sticks, you know what I'm saying? And you probably wouldn't want people doing that with the regular Fire Noodle sauce because that would be pretty intense. Let me just take a couple more bites to confirm the spiciness on this. Real nice chicken, not chicken sandwich. Dark meat. Real tasty. I mean, that's where it got its namesake. And I'm liking this a lot. A little bit too messy though. So I would have preferred to be able to use less sauce and still get that kick. But yeah, they diluted it, so. My only complaint. I'll be honest, if I used that much Fire Noodle sauce, like the OG stuff out the ramen packet, mouth would probably be on fire. I'm sitting at like a 2. Let's see. I get real crazy with it. We're going with 2 packets. I'm pretty sure I saw someone say they wanted me to eat something spicy. It's always difficult to do those videos. I always messes up my stomach. So this won't be that spicy, but it will be pretty somewhat spicy. I don't know. Oh no. Oh, yeah, that's spicier than that chicken sandwich for sure. For damn sure. Your enamel. Even the diet stuff, because I went to the dentist the other day and they're like, your enamel's effed up. Just stay away from like anything acidic. Oh, yeah, all right. Oh. Yep. I'll say if you do live here and you order this, you don't really need all 4. They give you the option for 4, but I think you'd be good with like 1 or 2. Look at this screen. I'm getting thrown off hard because all day, not all day, 2 hours tops, 3. I was watching these like murder. They sell this in a pack. I mean, this is what it's supposed to look like. This is how they kind of promote it on their site. But when I got it, there was no cool box for it. Everything was separated into their own boxes. Let's finish it off with this egg tart. Oh, yeah. I haven't had one of these in a while, but that is real flaky. Fast food chains are just too scared.
Nine! I want to try one. I would get hella mad, bro. Come on, G. What is the average age of Roblox? Bam! Oh my god, that feels so good. That feels so good. That feels so good, bro. That actually feels good though, bro. Jesus, that felt nice. Okay, let me nominate a map. Which one do we know here, chat? I need Utopia. Rock the vote, Kurt. They're not rocking the vote, bro. I will do one more map. These ones seem popular. What the fuck? I know this one as well. Dude, it looks like 1-to-1. Like in CS. Oh my god. First try, bro. Ah, boom. Look at his fisherman hat. Jesus. Dude, imagine? Is CS Pro trying to beat world records for a day? Do you think someone like Caffrey would beat world records? Surely, right? Like, yeah, there's kids who are more used to, like, this type of stuff, but Caffrey could adapt quickly, I swear. Or Levi. Because I don't know how many people play this. Surely not that many, right? Oh! Bro! Come on, G. What am I doing, bro? What am I doing? Okay, watch this, watch this. What am I? Blue parts is boost? No way. GG. I didn't know that. Oh my god. Dude, it actually feels good. You suck, dinosaur. Oh! No way. He's not finishing before me, bro. That guy's probably like 5. Oh man, no way. He's still there, he's still there. What am I doing? I'm not learning. I'm not learning! I'm not learning! No learning process available here, huh? Okay, lock in, lock in, lock in. I have to go. Now, now, no, no, no. So easy. Where? I didn't know, I didn't know, I didn't know. My bad. Okay, let me lock in, let me lock in. This try right here, this try right. The next try, this one right here.
So I just found out that there's a knockoff Chick-fil-A here in Korea. I was actually just scrolling through my delivery apps and I found a chicken sandwich that looked pretty damn good. It looked almost like Chick-fil-A. And then I clicked it and I saw their logo and I was like, okay, I see what's going on here. Compare that to Chick-fil-A's logo. I mean, eerily, it's the exact same. This happens sometimes over here in Korea. Like before Halal Guys came over here, there was a knockoff called Jilhal Bros. I just don't know why they have to make the logo the exact same and the name the exact same. What are y'all doing? At the end of the day, if it's good, I don't really care too much. Right off the bat, we have a real classic American flag sticker that is holding this bag together. These are looking pretty nice. They're different than Chick-fil-A, but you know, good looking chicken sandwiches. This is the original, this is the classic. I also got the deluxe. These are just seasoned crinkle cut instead of waffle. And I ordered a 6-piece of their like chicken nuggets or whatever, which are actually very large. They're not really chicken nuggets. They appear to be like chicken tenders that are cut in half. Something like that. I ordered a 6-piece. Big piece. The sauce is, hold on. Here's a giant caveat. I've only had Chick-fil-A like 3 times in my life. The sauce is not quite Chick-fil-A sauce. It's kind of trying to be somewhat similar to that. The pickles are very sweet. The bun is also a bit sweet, to be honest with you. It's got the look of a nice American chicken sandwich, but the flavor of a nice Korean-style chicken sandwich. Any other day of the week, I would probably be pretty happy with this. But to me, throw on some dill pickles, make the sauce on this optional, and get like a little bit less sweet bun. And then you'd have me right there. Or
엘리베이터가 로봇과 교감한다면 현대 엘리베이터.
늘 부담 없이 제로. 맛있어서 제로.
Have a good challenge. I can eat them. I'm gonna probably have to get one more shell casing here. Thing. It's a little bit bready. It's a little bit bready. But nonetheless, here we are. LA Beast. Crave case, White Castle, sausage. Have a good day! A little bit of a crunch, very bready. It's like I'm eating a crab cake. Now, whatever like the crab cakes are, just shove and eat it. Oh God.
뉴 다우니. 건조기 사용 후에도 향이 오래오래. 다우니.
Have a good day. LA Beast here. And the other day, my very thoughtful and awesome sister-in-law, through social media, she sent me a question involving food, but also involving human science, which read, and I quote, "If I took 10 grilled cheese sandwiches and compressed them using a machine into the size of a small cube and ate the cube in one bite, would I be full?" And immediately I thought to myself, not only do I love grilled cheese sandwiches, but I also love dabbling to disproving and or proving human science theories. But after I started to read the comment section, it seemed like there was a lot of science majors who said that it would be impossible to take 10 grilled cheese sandwiches and condense it down small enough through physics to eat it all in one tiny little bite. And after doing further research, fellow YouTubers and great guys all around, the Dudesons, they tried to take like a bunch of cheeseburgers, put it into a hydraulic press to squish it down, and as you can see, it was a giant mess. So at first I was a little bit discouraged, but when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And quite possibly because I'm a genius who thinks outside the box, what I have done to hopefully make this possible is the following. The first step is I went to the grocery store, I got some bread and cheese, and I went home and I lined up all the sandwiches just to see what I was dealing with. And once I had the sandwiches ready, even though I'm not the greatest grilled cheese maker of all time, I somehow, I made a giant stack of somewhat delicious looking grilled cheese sandwiches. When it comes to social media, I love interacting in the comment sections. And I actually found a piece of useful information. Somebody suggested in order to make the sandwich, 10 grilled cheese sandwiches smaller, maybe you could dehydrate them. Now, I had no idea what that meant, but I went on Amazon, I bought a dehydration machine, and after putting the grilled cheeses in there for about 19 straight hours, what it did was take out all the moisture from the cheese and the bread. And it left me with a rock solid stack of grilled cheese sandwiches. This is pretty much rock solid. It's like if you left this in the toaster oven, we have 10 rock solid grilled cheeses. This is pretty dehydrated if you ask. Add into a cube, put that cube into the oven on 300 degree heat for roughly 15 minutes, and sitting here in front of you right here, right now, this cube, as gross and bland and plain as it may look, it smells like a delicious grilled cheese sandwiches. It definitely won't fit in my mouth in one side. And literally, if I was just 10 grilled cheese sandwiches, oh my god, it's like cornbread. It's very chewy, very dry.
Trying 5 weird fruits. This is a giant passion fruit. And then inside, oh my god. That's the best passion fruit I've ever had in my life. These are maprang fruits. Super delicious. Here we go. Oh my god. This fruit is just pure sugar. This is Cassia fistula, the strongest laxative in nature. Do you see that black inside? Those are the discs you want to eat. It's actually really delicious, really strong dark chocolate. Bam! Here you go. Another durian fruit. Oh my god, look at that. Pure cream.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, we're doing Razak then?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Which side do you want to drop on? North or south of the road?
North of the road.
Okay, you want to hit that
That's
light?
where I want to land.
Okay.
So like
I'm gonna,
that building cluster right there?
Sure. I'm going to aim for that one.
Okay.
And then what do you think? Move up north or...
I want to go up there by myself, so I'm going to chill.
I have just a shotgun. Did you kill the guy next to you guys? There was a guy next to your building.
There's a bunch of dudes in the
He
building.
was right. He was right here on Yellow Ping in that building.
Yeah, I'm looking. I can hear him moving around, but I don't see him.
I want to push this hangar guy. I don't know if his whole squad's in here.
I can come up with you. You're double bound right now. Let me just let you know.
I knocked him.
I'm going to make my way to you.
Lyric's on the
Drop
fucking
first
zone.
floor in the building that I marked.
Okay.
He's in
I'm going to wait for you, Summit. Just care.
Yeah, I'm just worried about building guys seeing me.
You
I'm
getting
gonna
smoked
come up opposite side.
I just got lit up through the fucking smoke, man.
Two dead in here?
He's on roof. He's on roof.
There's still one more though.
He's on roof low.
Somewhere.
Inside here?
No. I'm in. Looting.
Roof guy dead.
Now I am
Roof guy dead.
fucked. I have no meds. Ooh, a Panzer? A one tap, right?
Yeah.
Shoot. I'm gonna just launch their shit.
Just check it out. It's cool. Your best chance.
Okay, there's blowback.
He pushed up in the building with me. I didn't realize. He's gonna thirst. He's gonna try.
Hey, I'm knocked behind you.
Damn, man.
Oh, you actually got knocked? You'll go in the building.
Yeah, there's blowback.
Oh, you. Oh, shit. Really?
Would you knock yourself?
Yeah, I guess. I don't. It goes too. Oh wait, is that considered a TK?
No.
Only if it's a kill, I think, like a full kill.
Let's roll. Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke. Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke.
Boy.
Let's go earn our pay.
Find your dreams come true. Da. Ui.
Let's show them who we are. Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade. Grenade. Throwing flashbang. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Damn, Musk is playing hard, bro. I like it. The force buy. Force is strong in this one.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. In the area.
What the fuck?
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. Go, go, go. Incendiary.
Oh my god, they're just better.
Move it. Go, go, go.
Oh, punked.
Kill.
Oh, true.
Hey, bro. Yeah.
That Mr. Beast is the richest YouTuber. He's not. It's this guy. He makes around 28,000 bitcoins per month, which is $2 billion. He's wanted by FBI, FSB, CIA. Almost everyone wants this guy behind bars since he's the head of the Russian cartel. Yet this dude is out there on YouTube telling everyone how to avoid getting caught by the authorities and exploits how Russian government operates. He's like a mentor who teaches you how to basically stay safe in the business like this. Despite this guy is on the other side of the law and his life is basically GTA 6, people love him. He gives money to charity, he invests in scientific researchers, hospitals, and into rehab centers. He constantly buys his fans cars, so just give money to him. He's like Russian Robin Hood, but from the dark side of the internet. And basically this whole YouTube channel is just a huge promo of his shop with funny medicine. How
Incendiary out.
Oh, nice kill.
Counter-terrorists win. Now you're right on. You're right on. Thank you. Come on, shots off. Hold this possession. Incendiary. 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 Flashbang.
Holy daddy.
Grenade out. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang.
How do my teammates play like bots and not die?
is this even allowed? And who is this guy? Who was written to finally defeat Sherlock Holmes. This is where our main hero of the story took his inspiration. At first, obviously he calls himself Moriarty, but most importantly, calling him a mastermind is an underestimation. He did what no black market could ever dream of. He managed to legally create a huge platform on the internet where he's promoting his black business. But how? Before I answer that question, let's look at some other attempts that his competitors did. Sometimes the other shop used to run ads before YouTube videos. They basically say government big bad and we have a solution. Imagine you click on some British fanboy YouTuber's video and what you see is some funny medicine ad that definitely shouldn't be there. Like, I don't know, that's pretty mental. It got taken down pretty quickly, but it was still some news reporters to write articles about it and give that shop even more exposure. Next example of another promo from a different shop happened like a month ago. Another shop put their logo on a van, drove it to the center of Moscow, left it there and blasted their ad full volume. This feels like the beginning of some apocalyptic movie right before the whole city turns into complete anarchy. Not gonna lie. Police were notified about this, but they also were...
I didn't hit anybody with the AWP. I mean, with my scout. Feels bad, bro.
Flashbang. Throwing fire.
God damn it.
Grenade out. Flashbang. Terrorists win. Bomb has been. Bomb has been planted.
Ooh. Noise for the fat boy, huh? Oh my god. Almost got the ace. Almost went big. Big balls. Almost, baby, almost.
Go B, guys.
Bomb has been.
Oh my god, I got insta one tapped. What in the world? Mind you, same guy. Same guy that insta one tapped me coming through the door. This is why I say I get locked on. It has nothing to do with the skill of the enemy. Just instant one tap through the mid door. Mind you, I'm in the middle of jumping into cover. That is insane. Look at this monkey. He's peeking into angles, pressing shift. Incredible. Incredible.
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves. Throwing a grenade. Throwing flashbang.
God damn it, bro. I don't think I've not been hit by an instant headshot this whole fucking match. Hit him with that bing bong. How's he not dead, bro? Like, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Enemy go full crazy. But then when they see me, when they see my teammate, they don't do shit. Look at the dumbass flash. Full blind them, they don't peek off of it. I could swear on my life, if that was me that got even partially flashed, they would have full peeked. All three of them would have peeked. Immediate headshot. Oy, 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 oy.
Has been planted.
Oh!
Throwing a grenade.
Oh! Look at these body blocking each other.
Terrorists win.
Two monkeys screaming at each other. LOL. Oh my. Two pussy cunts in fucking short, not able to support or trade off each other. Wait, who's blocking me? Oh my god, I got insta one tapped here too. Oh my god, this man doesn't miss. Damn, got hit through the wall 2 times in the head. This guy killed me like 4 times so far. Like, specialist at killing me only.
Warned that the van might be rigged, and it took a long time for pyros to come to deal with it. At the end of the day, it wasn't rigged then, it was alright. That van was their untouched blasting music for like 5 hours. Next day, TikTok was full of these videos, like that's insane promo. This is not the first time they did an ad like this though. In 2022, they had a whole billboard with this cool 3D animation. And same year, they even had bus driving around the city. That's kinda wild. All what you have to do is just scan the QR code and you can buy stuff. You have to give it to them. This is marketing on a whole different level. Yeah, makes sense.
And they're just better, bro.
Let's go, fellas. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out. Throwing fire. Smoke. Fire in the hole. We are lighting them up. Throwing flashbang.
Oh my god. The dude does not miss.
Fall back.
Holy.
sense because this is the market. Like, it's not legal to promote this stuff normally. They can either think of these crazy stunts or buy shoutouts from streamers or YouTubers. But it costs a lot of money because it's illegal and YouTuber kind of like risks everything. So it makes sense. And even then, viewers might not even realize streamer promoted something. Oh, by the way, guys, when I want to get a little funky schmunky, I buy stuff from here. You should too. So it's not as effective usually. Although Moriarty was pretty clever about it. He paid Nekoglide, that's the guy that we talked about in this video, for a t-shirt with his shop on the stream. It was a huge promo, everyone talked about it, it was all over TikTok, all over articles, and Nekoglide got cancelled. But he didn't cancel because he got like a lot of money. Now when you understand how hard it is to do this stuff, look at this guy over here. 3 million subs. Like how? Well, he never says, hey guys, buy stuff from here. No, he's basically a YouTuber. He does videos like how to be successful, how to change your mindset, where the biggest cartel lords live. So like educational kind of self-improvement stuff, you know, but he doesn't sell any curses afterwards. But every time when...
Alright. Why not?
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Stack up on me. Tango Mike. Sorry, bro. Grenade out. No. Deploying flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Oh my god, this man don't miss.
Incendiary out.
Dying to watch the demo. I'm legit dying to watch the demo. I don't even think level 10 basic kids are this consistent with shots. Tracking through. Mind you, he's not hitting me when I'm standing still. Strafing it. So I want to see what that's about. Having a of his life. Best game he's ever had.
Grenade out. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Bomb has been planted.
Oh! That's the same guy who was just walling me through and through 4 times. Didn't kill that. Come on, man. What is this? What is this?
Counter-terrorists win. Oh, it's a piece of cake, so it is. We must win. Now is the time. I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke. I'm planted. Throwing smoke. Bomb has been planted. Throwing a flashbang.
Yeah, that motherfucker hit me in my head fucking countless times. Insta headshots too. The first bullet that leaves this gun. Fucking making its way to my head. Holy. Pros in this game, bro. Got some legit pros.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. We shall be victorious. I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire. Terrorists win. We will stop your little scout. Thanks. This is easy. We kill them and then we go home. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Planted. Grenade out. Bomb has been planted. I'm throwing a flashbang. Terrorists win. You will cry like babies before you die.
Where'd you go, free man?
We will make them regret this day. Smoke. Flashbang. I'm throwing fire.
What the fuck? Blue.
What the fuck? Instant headshot. Holy fuck. Fuck me, bro. I didn't even kill him. Feels bad, bro. Feels bad. That free man motherfucker. Going in and out of the server. Second time disconnecting.
When you watch his videos, you're subconsciously thinking of his shop. He's showing you a lifestyle of a GTA character. This dude drives Rolls-Royce Phantom, flies helicopters. He's dope. But what you don't realize that it's just a big ad for his stuff. It's same what Andrew Tate did basically. Or do you remember that Got Milk ad? They never told you, hey, buy milk. They showed you something that subconsciously made you think of milk, and that milk mustache was just unforgettable. In Belarus, we had an ad about water bull.
Oh god, that's clutch. That is clutch. My boy went full hamster mode. He went ape shit.
We must work together. Flashback. I'm throwing a flashback. Throwing a flashback. Flashback. I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. I'm throwing a flashback.
Hey.
Negative.
That was bad.
Bulvarskaya, but when he come to the store, there was no water bottle. Instead, there was a bottle of vodka called Bulvarskaya. You couldn't really promote alcohol on TV, so this was great bypass of the law. Same thing that Moriarty did, he bypassed YouTube laws, and nobody can do anything about it. And believe it or not, people love him, and he actually has stands. Then you can find videos where people send videos where they basically say their life struggles, how his money would help them, and what exactly would he spend it on. It's like, hello Moriarty, I wanna get my grandma from death. It would help a lot. And guys like, sure, here you go, and he spends like millions of dollars just on these videos where he helps people. That's whole.
That is wholesome.
Go, go, go.
Oh my god, yeah, I am 90% sure this kid's hacking. Yeah, 90% sure. Oh, I hit somebody. Oh, the guy was crossing door. That's nice. God dang, they're two.
Wholesome, right? He doesn't seem like some bad cartel lord who runs black market. Okay, but look at this content that attracts the most people. He explains how the whole business works, how to not get caught. He tells you different stories of what happened to his friends and business partners. He's giving people priceless information and content that you cannot find anywhere else. Unless you really want to try this hustle yourself, but I wouldn't recommend it. So after close examination of Moriarty's videos, I for example learned that the government can track your location by your cell phone, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't have your SIM card. They track the phone serial number chip that is installed in every single phone. Therefore, Moriarty gang use their own programmed phones that self-destruct after you put in wrong password. Same with their computer. And then he goes on.
Oh, lol. Boy, that's a big dick victory, bro. Pulled out a
for
tie.
like 10 minutes telling you about some different fun facts about CCTV cameras, airport cameras, yada yada. I think that Moriarty might be Aiden Pierce from Watch Dogs. He then also said that if you think that someone might search your house when you go to sleep, you should put like a coin on a door handle. You know, so when you wake up and you find that coin on the floor, someone was at your house. Overall, there's a lot of tips and tricks how to become global elite in criminal activities. And if you click on at least one of these videos, you notice that they look like a movie. The production here is on whole different level. And if you're still having doubts how can people adore him and see him as a role model, it's actually because he's the greatest manipulator. Only Moriarty can criticize one shop for selling a specific product and then sell the same product on his own shop and defend it by saying forbidden fruit is the sweetest. So now I will tell you how Moriarty basically tricked everyone. Despite he's running the most illegal business in the world, he says you should never take or buy funny medicine. Why would he even say that? Isn't that his whole business model? Well, people buy stuff from you and you tell them, no, don't buy it, please, it's bad. Well, yeah, but let me tell you that no one on God's earth thinks that this stuff is good. Everyone understands that this stuff is bad and they shouldn't do it. Yet they're still doing it. Different reasons, as I just want to try, my friends do it, so I'll do it as well, or people get addicted and they just cannot stop anymore. Well, and while Moriarty says it's bad and people shouldn't do it, he also points out that this business won't go anywhere. It's already way too advanced and people are already too hooked, so no government nor anyone in the world can fight it. Well, and when he cannot fight them, join them. Moriarty did so, and his whole narrative is to make it as clean as possible, so products are safe to use without any cheap add-ons to lower the production cost. Additionally to that, he has Lawyer Bot on his Telegram, who helps you with the basic law questions if you run into problems, or helps you with finding a good lawyer to get you out of trouble. And also Halfbot, who tells you what to do if you're experiencing a bad trip, or if your friend is having a seizure, for example. He also makes sure everything is fair and he treats his employees with respect. So when a very greedy courier decides to steal a package that was intended for a customer, other shop organizations would catch him and cut 4 of his fingers. However, Moriarty cuts only 2, as it's more ethical. Now let's look at Moriarty as a person. When you think of villains, they're usually written as not likable, crazy, very evil, etc. to make you hate that guy from the start of the story. However, what if you make him charismatic and way cooler than the protagonist? Well, Moriarty doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, he buys vegetables and fruits only from bio section, he's very good chef, he's buff, educated as hell, like he got 3 degrees. Overall, very charismatic, rich, powerful as hell. And he always tells people that those who get into black market business do it almost always for the money. Yet other fields like IT, medical field, engineering bring way bigger revenue, and it's legal as well. So now, if Moriarty was a villain in a video game, you definitely should question yourself, who is the real hero in the story? While in traditional computer game, you're fighting against one villain or organization of them. Those are usually against the whole system or society. Well, that's exactly what Moriarty is doing. The final pillar of rebranding Moriarty into a good guy is him pointing out to the holes and problems in the government system. In psychology, there's a term called moral justification. It's a process where you're convincing others that your actions are right, even though they might seem questionable on the surface. This can involve highlighting a greater enemy and its call to fight it together. For the greater enemy, Moriarty chose Mezulivna, which is like a CEO of safety on the Russian internet. Nobody really likes her, because she's banning people left and right without bigger justification. Moriarty thinks everything should be transparent. Instead of banning, we should educate people to not fall for internet traps. However, after Mezulivna, Moriarty chose bigger fish in the sea and called out government as a whole. He says it's corrupted to oblivion and they put everything that is somehow connected to funny medicine to gulag for at least 10 years. But alcohol, on the other hand, is in Moriarty's eyes way worse than other funny medicine he sells. And he points out that the government capitalizes on it big time. Well, it's up to you to decide if grass and other stuff is better or worse than alcohol. Basically, in a lot of people's eyes, he's a real hero. And the funniest thing is that Moriarty might not actually exist. Like, yeah, sure, there might be some real guy who's actually a real cartel lord behind this whole show. However, I don't really think that person who runs a busy business like this has time to have a YouTube channel. But who am I to say that? I'm just little green funny frog in a suit. Maybe he got everything he ever wanted in his life and now he's just bored. However, he built an insane following. People are so loyal that when Mezulivna banned him on Russian YouTube, they downloaded VPN and watched him anyway. The community is so strong that when someone tries to expose Moriarty, everyone in the comments is on Moriarty's side. Community so strong that they started making shorts with this guy. And before Maelstrom was a thing on TikTok, I had this guy live rent-free on my For You page for like a month. It was either motivational stuff or just memes, as people were making fun of his modified voice, which sounds dope as hell.
Hello, Biden.
So imagine what happens if you hear a Far Cry villain sing Chippy Chippy Choppa Choppa.
Chippy Chippy Choppa Choppa.
And overall, we got so many good memes with this guy.
Всем привет, с вами профессор Мартирит. Похуй. Да. Я решил попробовать свой же продукт, свою же сперму. Ой, блядь.
Discord and Patreon down below. Bye-bye.
Polka.
A giant, 7 feet tall, and above. Of the armor to Thomas Jefferson, along with a description of these odd findings in southern Indiana. The importance of these relics and stone walls had immense historical gravity. Could these artifacts prove that an ancient culture settled in the Americas, predating the Asians that crossed a land bridge in the Bering Strait? But more importantly, could this mean the ancient Sumerian, Judeo-Christian, and Native American stories about giants roaming the earth were actually true? After suffering a series of strokes, General Clark moved to Louisville to live with his sister and Lori. Before there was a Smithsonian, there was the Columbian Institute, established in 1816. Headquartered in Washington, its stated goal, promoting useful knowledge. On its board were 3 former United States presidents: John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison, as well as 3 future ones: James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, and Andrew Jackson. It started to take on an old boys network vibe, bordering on the sinister. How many clubs do you know of with 3 former and 3 future presidents? Not only that, what kind of information or things would unite them? Adding to the speculation, James Monroe and Andrew Jackson were Freemasons. If there were secrets to be kept, the Columbian Institute board had the right people. Plans were made to create a great repository of deep knowledge, a modern-day Library of Alexandria. A botanical garden was built to house the wonders of the natural world, as well as the first National Museum, housing curiosities from zoology, fossils, minerals,
이번 문제는
archaeology.
어려울 거다. 둘 중에 한 명을 꼭 사귀어야 한다. 요즘 대세 박서준과 니글니글의 송영길, 누굴 사귀겠는가?
너무 쉬운 거 아니야? 박서준이지 당연히.
단 조건이 있다. 박서준은 키가 150이고 송영길은 180이다.
그래. 그래도 박서준이야.
끝까지 들어라. 박서준은 옷도 못 입는다. 송영길은 스타일 좋고 대기업에도 취직했다.
연봉이 너무 차이 날 거야. 이를 어쩌지? 그래도 박서준.
잠깐. 그런데 박서준은 대머리다.
박서준. 끝까지 박서준.
그렇다면 마지막 관문이다. 결혼해서 신혼여행 온 첫날 밤이다. 1분 박서준, 20분 송영길. 선택해라. 5, 4,
아니.
3,
그거 정말 너무.
2, 1.
너무 어려워.
게임 오버. 죽어라. 이번 문제는 어려울 거다. 둘 중에 한
These collections were so important that Congress was briefed 85 times. But a truly bizarre event propelled the museum and its activities to an entirely different level. In 1826, James Smithson, a British scientist that had never once set foot in America, wrote his last will and testament. He would leave his entire fortune to his nephew, Henry James Dickinson. However, the will had an unusual clause, should Henry not survive to adulthood. I then bequeath the whole of my property to the United States of America to found at Washington under the name of the Smithsonian Institution, an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men. Henry died in 1835 without any heirs. Thus, the United States government was given 104,960 gold coins. In today's money, that gold would be worth at least $220 million. And not only is the Smithsonian named after him, his final remains are entombed there, underneath the castle. Because dead people and weird ancient relics seem to go together. There are two serpents on the side of the sarcophagus. Is it just fancy ornamentation, or does it symbolize a deeper message? Since ancient times, serpents have been venerated for their patience, deadliness, and wisdom. The Egyptian headdress was adorned with a serpent. In the Bible, it was a serpent that convinced Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge, the fruit forbidden by God. The serpent convinced Eve that eating the fruit would make she and Adam wise like gods, thus cursing the human race. The serpent has long been associated with the occult and Freemasonry. Smithson himself was a Freemason. And though he was buried in Genoa, Italy, he was exhumed by Alexander Graham Bell, famous inventor of the telephone and a fellow Freemason. Their remains were documented before being transported to the Smithsonian. This is the actual skull of James Smithson. The question remains, was the money he provided simply a gift, an attempt to immortalize his name? Or was it a trust to preserve secret, ancient knowledge? The start of the Smithsonian was very unusual, but that was just a warm-up for the legend it would become, with mysterious activities that continue to this day. To understand why, we return to Indiana, where the Smithsonian's foundation was conceptualized. The Smithsonian was founded by two brothers from New Harmony, Indiana. David Owen was a renowned geologist, and Robert Dale Owen, an Indiana congressman. They were sons of the wealthy socialist Robert Owen, the founder of New Harmony, Indiana, and a self-confessed atheist. And just like their father, they had a grand vision for the future based on science and a divorce from religion. From the very start, they set up Smithsonian operations in a very curious way. Not only would the Smithsonian have the equivalent of about $220 million, David and Robert petitioned Congress for perpetual funding. This funding has continued for over 170 years, without question. At the same time, the Smithsonian is not part of the government, like the military, FBI, or other agencies. Legally, the Smithsonian is a trust. This means several things. The first is that it doesn't have the same accountability as a branch of the government. And more importantly, the Freedom of Information Act, known as FOIA, doesn't apply. This means taxpayers cannot legally investigate Smithsonian operations or demand to see records unless they can prove a crime has been committed. As you might imagine, this provides the
When you leave,
Smithsonian with a great deal of freedom to operate however they like, while also creating a great deal of public suspicion. And just maybe, that suspicion is not unfounded. In 1836, in addition to the $220 million in perpetual annual funding, Congress also approved the United States Exploring Expedition. The flagship was the USS Vincennes, as in Vincennes,
What's the worst
Indiana.
energy drink, bro?
It commandeered 7 warships and 350 men. Its mission, to explore and retrieve artifacts from across the globe. Thousands of exotic plants, birds, insects, and seeds were collected. The 4-year expedition collected over 4,000 exotic and unusual artifacts. These had no known benefit to the United States, other than the Smithsonian wanted them. An incredible number of maps were created, in particular, 280 islands in the Pacific Ocean, and 1,500 miles of the Antarctic coastline. Conspiracy theorists are quick to note that the Pacific Islands are the home of many mysterious cultures, including Easter Island. And Antarctica has long been suspected of hiding an ancient advanced culture underneath the ice. Perhaps even the legend of Atlantis. But the bigger question, why did it take 7 warships and 350
Today we're bidding on
men
mystery
to
box-
collect things for a museum?
Boxes from Etsy. Boxes of different prices from the internet. Each can. I'm going to show you the inside of the box instead. Channa is going to show off a few select items. What we have here.
Put it in your cottage. Anyone here own a cottage?
Not yet.
Now Channa is drawing special attention to this vintage plate, which has a price tag on it. It is from Threshold.
That's
Target.
Target.
Yeah.
Very vintage. It's from a very old Target. Okay.
And what
okay.
about little Tom
Like one of the
Sawyer
first
over there?
Targets.
Tom Sawyer is made out of 2 different.
And a basket.
But can we see the badonkadonk on Tom Sawyer just a moment?
Emma.
Oh,
Good question.
Just saying, does that cost extra?
He's been doing his thrusts. Okay. We're going to start the bidding at $15.
$15.
Okay, Emily, links up to 20. Okay, what do we 25 for ZVO? We want 25. Whoa, I love the bidding.
30.
I love 30. Oh, we got Emily's on 30 and 20, 35 on ZVO.
Very trendy.
Really, threshold.
36?
30. Oh, nope, we got a $5 minimum bid. 40 from Link, okay, he loves Target, okay, we're 40, hold Target, 40, 45 on CV, okay, we're 45, the reigning champions at 45, what are we going to go?
also said
Emily's thinking about it,
vinyl
Gwyneth has not
record.
been moved, 50 from Emily, 55, very quick from Link,
Vinyl
Charles, he's going up, he's singing something else, he's vinyl records, did he see vinyl records?
Did you break him? Oh.
It's cologne! 60 from Emily because she found out that Tom Sawyer's Badunkanunk has cologne in it. Okay, all right, we're up to 60. Are we? Gwyneth is
65!
65. She's entering the bidding war. Okay, all right, I like this aggressive bidding. We're holding at 65. 65 to Gwyneth, going once. We're always
70.
70. Okay, we're up at 70. Okay, we gotta get that. Tom Sawyer.
It says fun Christmas gift for her on it, so I'm out.
Okay, all right, we're up to 70. 70 going once to Emily, going twice, and sold! All
Give me
right.
that butt. Give me that butt.
Well deserved. I can't wait to smell what Tom Sawyer's
Butt
cologne
tastes-
smells like.
Well, that's gonna be up to Emily because you lost.
You can smell his butt.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. It is burlap. I
Ooh.
thought it was made out of hair or something.
Emily,
And it's got little pockets.
Take a look inside your mystery
Okay,
box.
hang on. Let me smell first. I gotta have my.
I think she likes it.
Woof, that smells bad. Okay.
Gracious.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Congratulations, brave first box winner. You've won the hidden advantage. Enjoy $100 added back to your account. Love a sticker.
A piece of paper?
A piece of a book.
Nice.
And then, no. No. A good neighbor makes life happier. This is great.
Congratulations,
You
Emily.
can give that to a neighbor of yours.
Well, I'm just gonna, I'm
you
gonna
the
put that
good
on there to tell them.
영상 제작을 하고 계시나요? 그렇다면 지금 바로 아티스트에 들어가 고퀄리티의 음원으로
Sold to the links are for 140.
What? I mean, Stevie.
Well, I
what-
have a game to play.
Okay, so do I. It's called Play with Knives.
Oh, gosh.
Nobody can stop me. All right, I've already seen that one.
You can
There's
grab
4
them.
more in here.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Whoa!
This one's already open.
Y'all pre-opened them? Ah!
There we go. Oh, and look at this one. It's like an eagle.
Don't
tower.
do it with that one. It'll close on you. Don't do it with that one.
That's not a knife. How do you close it?
You're making everyone nervous. You're
How?
making everyone very,
I mean,
very
I don't even know
nervous.
how to close them. They came open.
Okay, Link. Let's. Can we have a safety expert who would come in here and help
Safety
Link
expert?
close the knives and then put them back in the box so we can take them home and then
Put it down.
these will be safe.
I figured it out.
These will be safer with Link's children
Look at
at home. Okay, let's move on to box number 3. But first, we want to let you know we made a very special throwback episode ago. Let's take a look at mystery box number.
Okay.
You know.
The intonation,
Yeah. I was wearing that somehow Anna got all my.
Wig, I'm
So
not
wigs
sure.
could get
There's a range.
prizes!
It's
But
made
I
out of
say-
actual goat hair, which
What?
is the closest thing to.
110.
Man,
Okay,
you're getting spicier
110.
once you got the knives in your hands.
Yeah, cross me.
Okay, we're at 110. Stevie at 110. Oh, look at Chana enjoying the wig.
Wow, really selling it.
Getting
Shanna.
really close.
How could I? They're all.
Ah, I've always liked
But
them.
then, okay. So there's some colors, so you can.
Nice.
Come on, Gwyneth.
Oh, it's Okay.
Don't make us wait
So they're kind of
for you to
all.
don a wig.
These are beautiful colors.
They are. There's
Whoa.
a lot of mermaidy kind of action
like
going
wigs.
on here.
Wear it.
Oh!
Wow.
It's a little Benjamin Franklin chic.
Oh, beautiful! Sexy founding father is my flavor.
Hey, there you go.
These.
Hey, look on the bright side.
There's an upside, I guess.
We don't know how well or bad you did. We're about to find out, though. We paid $22.95 for the ramen mystery box. So, Stevie, you paid $130 for that, meaning you lost $107.05, and you are indeed in last place. We paid $45.99 for the mystery knives box, Link.
That's
you
a
paid
steal.
$140. You lost $94.01.
But knives.
But knives, yes. We paid $153 for the cottage core mystery box. Emily, you paid $70 for it, but you also got a $100 advantage, meaning that you gained $183. But you know what? Gwyneth, for that box of 8 weeks, we paid $392.75. You paid $135, meaning that you walked away with $257, and Gwyneth
Congratulations, Gwyneth.
is regaining her title as the mystery boxing champion of the world.
Things in Mountain Dew for a month.
Let's talk about. Or is it
that would
something that they've put?
And shall we? Hoppy did what?
Yeah, we were right.
We were right.
We were right.
Raw sausage labeled on top. Do we want to open this?
Yeah.
Probably not. Ooh, it's got a little fizz to it.
It's a month-old raw sausage. Shake it out. Put it back. Put it back. It stinks.
Oh, it's stinky.
Oh, real bad.
Oh,
It's real bad.
Oh, it stinks.
Oh, close it up. Close it up. Close it up. Close it up. Bad idea. I don't know why we thought we would do that.
But I bet you this one doesn't stink.
Ah, yeah, it's just pea protein.
Let's see.
But that stuff.
It turned it orange. It made it sun-kissed.
It took the red out of the sausage, which became a white sausage. which was my nickname in high school.
Oh, no! No, you didn't! No, you didn't!
Sorry.
Did that happen to you in high school?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, Rhett.
No, unfortunately, I was planning on being a missionary, so that did not happen to me in high school. I'm sorry I brought you on this journey.
Yeah.
But sometimes white sausage just has to say what.
An Etsy business waiting to happen.
Yeah, all we need is an endless supply of.
Oh, no, I'm just used to doing that.
I'm about to say, what could make it stink? It's just a little fruity Mountain Dew.
Oh, look.
Oh, it's not as pretty. Leave it in. It's not pretty.
Look at that.
We'll never sell it. We have to sell it in the jar.
But.
Oh, that's ugly.
What happened? What happened?
Well, it's interesting because it took the purple and made it blue.
There's a little bit of blue.
Because if I would just pour it right here on this shirt, just to show you what it looks like.
Black and blue, it's
Look at that. It's so purple at the beginning. Oh, I'm sorry.
Guys.
It's almost brown and blue.
Is it brown and blue or is it brown and green?
Oh.
I mean,
it's definitely brown.
Okay, yeah, that looks just like my balls did. Now that I see him out in the air.
Well, I would say it's brown and blue.
That 1996.
Can I say that? Can I be honest here and say that this is brown and blue?
That's pretty green, bro. It's pretty green.
Am I crazy?
well,
Or B.
Push.
Can you make a?
I'm not
turkey.
Pour the blue thing. Pour the blue.
And then you pull. Yeah, and then you.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go.
No.
There you. You want to taste some?
Yeah. One's big.
They got so wide.
But this one's still in the packaging, and that one's still in the blue thing.
Right. Got it in the fridge, or you put it in the trash. Okay.
I'm scared. Oh gosh, look at what the chicken. It just has bubbles all over it. Like, what is that?
Wait.
He's scared.
I can't interpret it.
What are you doing?
I can't interpret it. Smell it.
You're like. Chase. It's like cat pee. It's got a cat pee urea thing.
It's not
happening.
necessarily the strength of it; it's the specificity
yes.
of it.
It's not like
tuna.
It's
that
not
makes sense.
exploding out of there. But once you get it, I feel like I can't open my eyes anymore. Brand.
Let's talk about that.
Beast. Each beanbag color corresponds to a different energy drink, and the bag representing the worst drink will be worth the most points. The winner will win a juicy secret from Corny Grandma.
Of course. Red Bull.
It's distinct. Boy.
I'm not much of an energy drink person.
I am not either.
It came about when we were past the age of
We
need.
missed the boat.
You know?
We had Jolt Cola.
That's all we had. And it's coffee, you know?
Rockstar, this one tastes like cough syrup.
I do not like it. Red Bull's better. That's the one that I at least know what to expect. Monster.
Monster is a lot like Red Bull.
Yep, very close.
Celsius.
Even more tardy.
Celsius.
Fantasy vibe, Mandarin marshmallow.
This is more juicy. Isn't it juicy?
Oh. It almost tastes like bad icing.
You got to be 18 and over to eat bang. Kids, if you want to eat bang, you've got to be 18 plus.
Does it say that on it?
Mm-hmm. Whoa, what is that? That's interesting. Strawberry kiss. You know, they just picked
It's not bad, though.
random flavors. I mean, how do we determine which one of these is worse?
These two are the worst in my current experience. Well, you've won the last 3 of these.
Yes, I have,
So
Link.
you need to go first. You've also won 8 out of 10 of these total.
Yes, I have, Link.
And a lot of them been really close. So
Yes, they have,
I
Link.
feel like it's a lot closer than 8 out of 10.
Yes, I've been toying with you.
All right. Choose your syrup.
I think Red Bull, people have formed opinion about Red Bull, but it's like, you can get Red Bull and vodka. It's a drink. Who hates that?
Right.
Celsius
People who hate bulls.
the new kid on the block, and I think people might think that they don't like it because of that.
But if they've tasted Rockstar like we just did.
Yeah, but you got to start somewhere. Celsius is my first guess. Whoa!
I thought you were going
I
off
thought I
the
was going
board.
off.
I'm going to start with my personal hatred for Rockstar. Even though rock stars as people, pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Rock
Everybody wants to
stars
be
as a
one.
drink, kind of pandering. Yes.
Oh!
Yes.
Nice. Good
And I'm not
start.
going to get worked up.
Good start.
I'm going to keep my heart rate low and my wits about me.
Do people like a bang?
People like the name.
I feel like I could just be completely random here, and that it would as reliable as any logic that I'm going to come up with. But what's the fun in that?
You could go with
Monsters are scary.
Your own opinion.
See how easy that was to come up with a reason?
That's true.
Oh gosh, too low. Throwing it too low today.
I really hate rocks. But we canceled each other out in this
Breakfast.
doing that.
I don't think people like baked potatoes.
And why would Congress authorize such a huge effort and money? What was clear is that the Smithsonian had an unreal amount of power and influence, seemingly able to secure federal money and resources for anything they wanted to do.
You're gonna love my nuts.
Some
Feel
would
how
even
heavy
say,
this is.
if the Smithsonian wants something, they'll get it, even if it's yours. A dark veil of suspicion starts with the story of David Dale Owen, one of the founders of the Smithsonian. A native of New Harmony, Indiana, he was a highly respected geologist. In fact, the first state geologist of Indiana. During his many expeditions, he gathered a massive personal collection of curiosities that he stored at New Harmony. First, at the former Harmonist Meeting House, and then the former granary. It was here that over 85,000 items were cataloged. He had rare fossils, minerals, zoology and fauna samples, and ancient artifacts from unknown cultures from his many expeditions. His collection grew so large that he built his own museum. But before he could move the collection, he tragically died in 1860 at just 53 years old. Part of his collection was sent to Frankfort, Kentucky, but none of it survives to this day, not a single identifiable item. This is blamed on the Civil War, with Confederate soldiers raiding Frankfort in 1862. They even attacked the armory, where bullet holes can be found today. It's unclear if the artifacts were truly destroyed, or simply carried away during the chaos. Some of the collection was sent to Indiana University. Unbelievably, in 1883, a massive fire ripped through the building where they were stored. According to the university, all of the David Owen collection was destroyed. Question: how do you destroy fossils and artifacts made of stone with a fire? The bulk of the collection was sent to the Smithsonian in 18 shipping crates. It's assumed, as both a founder of the Smithsonian and having one of the finest collections in the world, that his best stuff was sent there. But today, not a single item from David Owen is in their catalog. how do you lose an entire warehouse of 85,000 items, or even 18 shipping crates? An entire life's work with thousands of artifacts completely gone without a trace. Edward Travers Cox was the third Indiana state geologist. He was an understudy of David Owen. Edward's adventures in Indiana are the stuff of legends, a real-life Indiana Jones. He was assisted by an equally impressive ally, Professor William Borden of Providence, Indiana. Together, their exploits read like a storybook.
F16, 미그
These
29,
amazing finds
그리고
were
토네이도가
documented in the
우리 온라인 엑스 게임
1879 Indiana Geology Report. They found numerous ancient structures across Indiana. These range from ancient burial mounds and earthworks to large walls made of quarried stone, and with them, ancient artifacts. These artifacts were odd. They did not resemble those of known Native American tribes. They more closely resembled those found in Central and South America. And yet, they were slightly different from that. Edward documented the earthworks at Mound State Park. These ancient structures predict yearly equinoxes and solstices. This challenges the idea that early people in the Americas were simple hunter-gatherers. Edward Cox and William Borden revisited Rose Island, confirming what George Rogers Clark called ancient castle ruins. While there was still evidence of the castle, much of it had been carried away by locals to build foundations for houses and bridges. In 1878, Edward mapped the mysterious Wyandotte Cave. With well over 9 miles of passages, it had been used by an unknown prehistoric people. Deep within its interior, ancient people took tree bark torches and mined chert for tools and weapons. It was one of the most spectacular ancient sites in the state, and being underground, perfectly preserved. With a lifetime of adventures, Edward Cox amassed an enviable collection. Part of Edward's collection was sent to Indianapolis, where a small room at the State House functioned as a museum. Some of his collection resided in New Harmony at the Working Men's Institute. Today, you can see a very small portion of his life's work, but not ancient artifacts made by people. The Indiana State Museum has moved 2 times from its location at the State House, first to what's now City Hall, and then White River State Park. But if it's there, it's not on public display. In fact, the exhibit of ancient items among millions found in Indiana is very small. During Edward's tenure as state geologist, he submitted specimens to the Smithsonian, but they are also nowhere in the catalog. A lifetime of adventure and artifacts simply gone. Edward's assistant, William Borden, was a very interesting man. He started collecting fossils and Native American artifacts as a boy in Providence, Indiana. It was the passion of his life. He later founded his own university and a world-class museum in his hometown. He could do all of this because he was very wealthy. He discovered a silver mine out west, and money was no object. If he didn't find it himself, he would purchase entire collections. He wanted the very best, and this attracted visitors from across the world. The museum's collection of ancient antiquities and fossils were so impressive that members of the Smithsonian came to visit and praised it for its contents. He also sent them artifacts and received a receipt on Smithsonian letterhead. As you might have guessed, not one item of William Borden's artifacts are recorded in the Smithsonian catalog. This is a smoking gun that indicates something just isn't right. After William passed away, his exquisite fossil collection was sent to the Natural History Museum in Chicago. It's still listed in their catalog as being from the Borden collection. And yet, a lifetime of ancient artifacts, including those from burial mounds, are all gone. John Collette was the state geologist after Edward Cox, and was a legend in his own right. Coming from a wealthy family, he didn't need a job, but chose to pursue a career in geology as he was interested in fossils and ancient artifacts. In fact, he started collecting as a kid at Terre Haute. As a lifelong bachelor, he devoted an immense amount of time and energy into investigating Indiana's ancient past. So devoted to this work that he even supplied his own money to ensure the field work got done. Whenever crews were building roads or railroad tracks and found something unusual, they called John. In one case, he investigated woolly mammoths found by workers as they dug the Erie Canal. They were so well preserved by the swamp that workers cracked open the bones and used the marrow to wax their boots. He investigated burial mounds that were found by farmers, including a large one at Lawrence County. At the top of Old Palestine was a large mound covered in flagstone. The mound was over 20 feet across and was a treasure trove of ancient artifacts. On the upper layers were prehistoric tools, followed by a stone burial chamber with 3 levels. On the first were the skeletons of women and children. The next were all men. The last appeared to be that of royalty. It contained 2 skeletons, a little over 6.5 feet tall. These skeletons had copper breastplates, earrings, spearheads, and what was described as a war whistle. Copper body armor is not a known artifact of Native Americans. However, ancient war whistles are known to come from the Aztec civilization. This would definitely be an out-of-place artifact. It could suggest Aztecs migrated to what's now the United States. Combined with known copper tools and jewelry made by the Aztec culture, a very compelling case could be made. The report stated that these items were sent to the State Museum in Indianapolis. But none of these spectacular finds are in the state catalog today. In 1875, Professor Collette visited Elkinsville, Indiana, to investigate a prehistoric site now known as Browning Mountain. Pioneers in the early 1800s had described a stone wall about 4 feet high that ran a long distance along the hilltop, as if it was an ancient city. By the time Professor Collette surveyed the site, the rock wall had been dismantled for building homes, but he did find what resembled ruins from an ancient culture. In his report, he described the site as grand cubes, 3 by 4 feet, and pillars 3 by 4 by 20 feet long, ready squared and dressed as from a giant's workshop, are scattered along the crest of the hill. Whether he intended to suggest that giants had built a fortification or was using the term poetically was unclear. Even more so was what happened to his massive collection of artifacts. At the time, his primary job was a geologist and helping Indiana map its natural resources, not archaeology. One could speculate that the ancient artifacts went to his house in Terre Haute, but no one knows what happened to it. In addition, his brother Josephus, also a lifelong bachelor, had a large collection of ancient artifacts as well. According to a newspaper article of the time, he had 14,000 specimens stored in the rooms next to his office, which is full enough of archaeological, geological, and natural history specimens to enrich the cabinets of a university. When he passed away, the newspaper noted how he gave away millions to family and charitable causes, but no mention of the artifacts. Both men are buried in their hometown of Terre Haute. But both of these massive collections have simply vanished. The most astounding case of missing artifacts is that of Glenn Black. Born in Indianapolis, he devoted his life to the pursuit of ancient cultures, all across Indiana. He is most famous for excavating the Angel Mound site at Evansville. Bankrolled by Eli Lilly of Lilly Pharmaceuticals, money and time were no issue. And an incredible number of artifacts were found and documented. Over 2.5 million. Glenn worked the Angel Mound site until he died, collapsing on the site itself. For decades, the Angel Mound's Interpretive Center housed a fair number of ancient artifacts. However, it's now closed indefinitely for quote-unquote renovations. The rest of his massive artifact collection went to Indiana University at the Glenn Black Lab and Museum. This museum is also closed indefinitely for renovations. Out of the over 2.5 million artifacts collected, not one is on public display. Glenn Black was not the first to have a lifetime of work disappear, nor would he be the last. Strangely, the ancient Cahokia Museum in Illinois, home of the largest mound in the United States, is also closed indefinitely for renovations. Angel Mounds, the Glenn Black Collection at Indiana University, and Cahokia all closed around the same time, under the auspices of renovation. It could be a simple coincidence, but it could also be that the narrative of ancient North America is being revised. Will we see amazing revelations of a lost world, or simply what they want us to know? If we were to combine the collections of David Owen, Edward Cox, William Borden, John Collette, and Glenn Black, we would have well over 3 million ancient artifacts, gone without a trace. While it could be coincidence, it is more than odd. It feels like suppression, like something is being hidden, and begs so many questions. If collections of ancient items are not being lost by bad record keeping, we must consider. Our founding fathers were very suspect of creating a country without checks and balances. Transparency was wanted by everyone. But as they say, we've come a long way. We now have all kinds of agencies built on the premise of protecting Americans like you and I, monitoring threats both outside and inside the country. The question then becomes, what's best for the American people? What should they know, and what should they never know? Why would the government, or organizations cooperating with the government, want to hide these ancient artifacts? Finding something so remarkable that it could rewrite history is one thing, but what if it made people question deeply held beliefs? This could potentially cause panic and would need to be controlled. For example, there's an ancient artifact called the Baghdad Battery found in Iraq. It's a ceramic jar with a copper tube and iron rod. Some have speculated that it was either used to electroplate objects or create electricity. Both ideas very controversial for an object over 2,000 years old. It was widely debunked by scientists, even though a model did produce electricity. Ironically, the Baghdad Battery disappeared in 2003. Another theory about why certain objects are disappearing is atheism. Darwin's theory of evolution was replacing Christian creationist views of the world. Many unproven theories were presented as fact. Based on assumptions of current natural processes, scientists estimated the Earth to be 4.5 billion years old. But what if you, as an atheist scientist, found objects that challenged or nullified your research? Scientists tell us that it takes 100 years to grow an inch of cave formation. And yet the George Rogers Clark Memorial at Vincennes, Indiana, tells a different story. Totally man-made, it was completed in 1931. In just 40 years, the basement turned into a cave. Highly mineralized water leaked into the building and formations attached to pipes. The largest was a column over 11 feet tall. By natural processes, this should have taken 13,200 years, not 40. Sedimentary rock, claimed to be millions of years old by scientists, has included an iron hammer. These examples challenge conventional scientific views and the assumptions of natural processes. In 1902, a petrified man was found at Evansville, Indiana. It was put on public display for hundreds to see. It was examined by many doctors, and its anatomy deemed genuine based on its vascular structures. As conversion from biological material to fossil is supposed to take thousands, if not millions of years, this artifact would create many questions about natural processes. It might even support a biblical young Earth theory. The petrified man disappeared and has never been seen since. From the beginning of European settlement of Indiana in the late 1600s, numerous giant skeletons were found. These were documented in local archives and newspapers across the state. Some of these specimens were in excess of 8 feet tall. Not to mention, buried with unusual ancient armor, while some disintegrated when exposed to air. Many were displayed in county museums and courthouses and seen by hundreds. They have all disappeared. Could it be that these somehow confirmed biblical archaeology that spoke of giants? And this conflicted with the atheist agenda. But is there any evidence that anything has ever been suppressed? Samuel Pierpont Langley was the Smithsonian Secretary from 1887 to 1906. He had a tight rein on operations. Nothing went on public display unless he approved it and its narrative. His pet project was trying to produce the first successful airplane flight, and even had a test facility built on the Smithsonian grounds. He considered the Wright brothers two unscientific, amateur, and uneducated bicycle makers, an affront to science. As best as he could, he suppressed their research and progress. And yet, these two amateurs beat him to successful flight in 1903. And by the way, Wilbur was born in Indiana. While other things were suppressed during his leadership is uncertain. But the petrified man did disappear in 1902 during his term. Whether his suppression of information set a precedent that continues to this day is anyone's guess. No conspiracy theory would be complete without a discussion of Freemasonry. From the very beginning of our country, Freemasons have been a part of its founding. George Washington was a Mason, as well as Benjamin Franklin and Paul Revere. In fact, at least 13 men that signed the Declaration of Independence were Masons. The first recorded meeting of Masons was in 1599. Though they reference secret rituals that go all the way back to ancient Egypt, by definition, the entire organization is mysterious. Their stated motto, making good men better. But you cannot just walk into a lodge and sit in a chair on meeting night like you could at a church or synagogue. You must be chosen. And if you happen to be, you then have to go through many secret rituals, called degrees, to move up in your understanding. These secrets can never be told to outsiders, and thus a brotherhood is formed. At the same time, a wall of mistrust that's lasted several hundred years, including a ban by the Catholic Church. The founder of the Mormon religion was Joseph Smith. He was a Freemason and adopted many Masonic rituals into the religion he created. It's interesting to note that the CIA actively recruits Mormon missionaries. Masons are in every part of society and in every corner of the globe. It's easy to assume that Freemasonry, that has so many secret rituals and people ingrained in society, has something to do with the unknown things of America. Many fictional books and movies have used Masons as the phantoms in the background. Secret society men that steal, kill, and destroy for unknown purposes. But before we blame Masons for making ancient artifacts disappear, we have to ask, what's in it for them? Why would they want a giant skeleton? Or proof of an ancient civilization? Even if our government wanted these things, they already have secret agencies and operatives. It's highly unlikely that Freemasons are being hired to do the legwork. And not only that, Freemasons aren't the only secret society to choose from. Yet it's always a given that people who know how to keep secrets are needed in high places. But just maybe, these strange disappearances have nothing to do with secret societies. Rich people have collected antiquities for many centuries. When you have all the normal things that money can buy, you then want things that are nearly impossible to get. You want a challenge. During the Victorian era, rich people bought mummies from Egypt and had unwrapping parties. To them, it was spooky and fun. At one point, mummies were ground up and used as high-end medicine to cure all kinds of ailments. There was even a paint called Mummy Brown, made from the ground-up remains of mummies. Many paintings from that era used Mummy Brown extensively. That fine art on the wall could be made from a dead ancient Egyptian. You can only wonder if somewhere across the world a rich person has a room filled with amazing ancient artifacts, the likes of which we've never seen before, nor can we imagine. Today, the Smithsonian Institution is not one museum, but 23. 2 more were approved by Congress in 2020. Its collection is beyond massive. In Maryland is a separate warehouse facility called the Museum Support Center, or MSC. It's 845,000 square feet of storage space. That's nearly 15 football fields. It stores all the items that won't fit in the other 23 museums, including new acquisitions. According to former employees, the contents of the warehouse facility are absolutely mind-boggling. Over its history, the Smithsonian has had a bad catalog, with items missing that should be there. This has led to speculation that they're hiding things from the public. People have accused them of hiding skeletons of giants, relics from advanced ancient cultures, pieces of Noah's Ark, the Ark of the Covenant, or even alien technology. But the explanation for the missing catalog entries may be a lot more mundane. Not only is the collection huge, it grows every week, not just from acquisitions made by the Smithsonian, but items sent from people unsolicited. Imagine thousands of antiques sent by well-meaning people that think the Smithsonian should have them. This creates a non-ending backlog of items to be cataloged, ranging from big artifacts to as small as antique buttons. It could be that items aren't lost, but are many years away from being officially and properly cataloged. We are left to wonder what incredible things we don't know about. Perhaps all that we know about these lost ancient items is shaded by human mistrust, overactive imaginations that see things that aren't really there.
Tuber product tier
This
list.
is a beast test.
I'm pretty sure the guy that made it stole from a bunch of people. All right, I'm starting with the strawberry watermelon. My throat.
It's just too much. All of it's just too much. Nothing sweeter than a peanut butter sandwich.
So it's peanut butter. Why's he got the iPad out? It looks like there's a lot of effort put into most of it. I don't know if there's effort put in the content, but everything. 2, 1. What?
Nice, bro. Let me show you how it's done.
Nice, bro. How does this work?
Come on, Chad. You gotta figure it out. Oh, wait, bro. It's like this.
What?
It's like this. It's like this.
Oh!
There you go.
Like you're throwing a ninja star.
Oh, okay.
Fuck! Fuck!
Yes!
Okay,
Yes!
all right. Why is the skill curve so high for this?
Chad, it's dude perfect. They throw fucking like a basketball out of space and shit, bro.
I'm gonna put this one on the board wherever it sticks.
All right, we're gonna let the fates decide.
Oh! You should get that shit!
That is undeserving.
Oh, fuck!
F minus. Sorry, you got an F. It was just the law. If I was gonna put it somewhere on the shelf myself, it would definitely be higher than F, but unfortunately that's where it landed.
Sorry, dude, perfect.
I'd say it's more like dude, all right. Like,
All right, Darcy, give us something good.
yeah, that was good.
I mean, it was all right. There's like a skill cap to it, which I don't like.
I think maybe you should stick to like a stick and a hoop.
Next product is from Reflect Screen Shield Defense Face Moisturizer. Who made this?
Do you remember when Vacuray made a blue light cream?
Oh, yeah.
that was discontinued 2 weeks after it came out.
Really? It was only 2 weeks it lasted. Oh, it comes out the top. Ah.
Oh, shit.
Shit, it's like a
Shit, busting.
It's supposed to be just moisturizer, like.
Really?
I
For,
can't-
for,
I-
the- for what?
For
Your
blue light.
For blue light?
Wait, let's do a test before. How does that make you feel?
Ah, you got me in the eye.
Yeah,
Oh.
does that hurt your skin? blue
Yeah, I
light?
feel like I'm getting sunburn from that
Now
thing.
try the cream. You ready?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I still feel the burning. Ah, stop shutting my fucking eye.
Mine's only on my neck.
Can you feel this blue light?
No, I think it's working. Nice, it works.
So-
yes.
Is it meant to be a sunscreen?
It's meant for like when you're sitting at the computer, the blue light
Chad,
that
it's
is
like the
emitted.
glasses.
Yeah, but those were a scam.
Yeah, and that's I think why this lasted 2 weeks.
Who the fuck's gonna put cream on to play Overwatch?
Who the fuck's gonna play Overwatch?
I like the packaging. It looks nice.
I like the pump, the thing like coming out of the hole in the middle. I got no idea how to fucking like. It's out of my fucking wheelhouse.
Listen, I moisturize at home. I'm gonna give this a rating. It feels premium, like the product itself. I'm not a moisturizer expert. It's alright. I'm gonna give it a B.
You just said move over. I use moisturizer at home.
I do, but like, I mean, does that make me an expert? I don't know.
Put it C for the scammy marketing, but the packaging is alright and clearly it moistens you.
Yeah, I'm gonna just give it a C.
Yeah, I'd say it has to be a C. There.
Yeah. Doesn't monitors dry out your skin?
You only need like a lick of it.
All right, let me try this. Oh, it tastes milky.
The fuck? It does taste like... Oh, is this a product?
Oh, it looks like hog shit.
Oh, that looks...
Eat one.
Check if that one has a beast patch on the front. Bro, what
the
is that?
Fuck? This is just meat and cheese, no pickles or anything.
We're gonna open up this Carl style cheese.
Ox.
And
we need to pour Prime into these immediately.
No.
Time in. Is that his catchphrase?
The time in night jogger represents.
Oh, that tastes better with milk.
Yeah, these two are just like kind of nothing.
Yeah, A and D are
they're so weak
fucking
and just
foul.
like. You know we're gonna put a face to those soon.
Oh shit.
B. We're going with B.
No, I said just power.
Oh,
Oh, that's right. He goes, power!
Yeah, like that.
And then his gallstones fly out. What?
Tonsil stone.
He did one and a tonsil stone flew out.
That's fucked up, and he posted that shit.
Yeah. That smells kind of good.
I mean, it's fucking $1,400 though.
Power! These smell fucking good. I like that. That's like a man smell. That's a man deep dive into that grade. Call it that gram. Where we bring up a photo and we ask you to explain it. Do you mind explaining this? If you look to your right.
Oh, yeah, you were there for that.
I was?
Right.
On Prime Crime.
Bless the field?